How are you all? Let's turn on the lights. Let's wake up. With the dim lighting relaxed, you surely had a good breakfast. But right on schedule, we want to give this opening. To each and every one of you, I extend a warm welcome to the 2026 edition of Supplier Day. For us, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this event, which is the event of the value chain of the energy industry, organized by Econojournal in co-production with Control Zero & Co., and which has developed as a space for debate, for exchange between operators, service companies, suppliers, and SMEs of the sector. All of you are here, and for us, it's a pleasure. This edition will take place under the following theme: Scaling Up, as the value chain of the energy industry anticipates the growth that the new export infrastructure will bring. As always, we thank those who are pleasantly here. It's a pleasure to host you throughout this day, until noon as well, and also everyone following us through the YouTube channel. It's Econojournal. You can subscribe, obviously, to get all the information. We keep producing spaces for debate, for enjoyment at this event so that you have greater comfort. I have to tell you that besides this main hall, you also have the White Room, the terrace, many spaces where you'll see screens and can watch, indeed, the same event that's happening here in this main hall. Also remember the companies at the Innovation Room and eConnection are there too. From any of the screens, you can be watching this event. Why do we do this? So that you have a networking space, because that's what we're here for, right? To exchange ideas, debates, etc., etc. You know you're here to enjoy this day of debate, of exchange. And we're going to begin. What do you think? Shall we start playing it first? Very well. To give the formal opening of Supplier Day 2026, the topic to be analyzed will be operators. For the next leap, that's the big question we ask ourselves. What does the industry need? What challenges and demands emerge in this new stage, Part 1? For that, we welcome to the stage Walter Actis, Vice President of Supply Chain and Service, YPF. Let's welcome him with applause, please. Also joining us on stage is Marcelo Geoffrey, Vice President of Supply Chain and Corporate Security at PAE. And moderating this panel is Nicolas Gandini, Director of Econojournal. Welcome.
Truly, the lights are quite strong, huh?
That was interesting.
I always say the same, but it never ceases to be a surprise and a pleasure, truly, the number of people who come and take part in these events. At some point, it lets us capture the moment where Vaca Muerta is, and the historic moment of construction, of growth. There aren't many sectors. I think there's no sector as dynamic that generates the level of expectation and strength that one sees and feels in the presence and interest of the people. So, well, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Walter and Marcelo, for coming. You know, the dynamic of the event itself is to try, with Supplier Days, to try to generate a kind of conversation within the industry chain. We have Walter and Marcelo, who are the strategists of the whole supply chain area at YPF. At Pan American, since we'll also have two colleagues from Tech Patrol and Plus Patrol. And the idea is to going over the whole spectrum of the value chain. Metal mechanic companies, input suppliers, service providers, understanding the challenges, understanding that one thing is the headlines, that Vaca Muerta will expand its production, that Argentina will export more oil, more gas, more byproducts. And that's an opportunity, and it's a reality. But there are also a lot of challenges, circumstances, nuances, gray areas that also need to be identified so that this project can be as strong as possible. So, Walter, to kick things off, when we were debating a bit what title to give this edition, the title we ended up settling on with Sabina Trocero, who is also the co-organizer of this event, along with her team, was that next year VMOS comes in and CESA comes in. Southern Energy comes in and Vaca Muerta del Sur comes in. And those big export infrastructure projects for hydrocarbons, which in themselves are a project of enormous grandeur, because honestly, I haven't yet had the chance to go to Rio Negro to see that export terminal. But going to a place where there was nothing, and suddenly seeing a tank farm, a port, a ship export terminal, or going to San Matias Pailan and seeing that LNG export project with 2 floating liquefaction terminals that we'll see in 2 years. It's hard for that not to move you deeply. So, when one thinks and sees these projects that are going to pull down oil and gas production, the first question is, what challenges do you see, Walter? Because one could say no, it's all good, it's more oil production, more gas production, yes. But you also have to make sure that expansion doesn't add inefficiencies. That expansion finds chain actors who are prepared and understand where you're headed, who have very clear communication about what you need from them, where each one has to play their part, because sometimes one gets overwhelmed when seeing so many opportunities. So how would you break down the messages of this moment?
Well, good morning, Nicholas. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to share and get closer to what's happening, what you say about the magnitude of the projects we're carrying out, and the importance of all of you, all the suppliers. We really see it's true, it's a reality, it's a giant project. You have to go see it. The terminal, you said it was like a tank farm, but there's several football fields together, covered. So I think that it's maybe only then do you understand the magnitude of the project. And I think that, yes, now the biggest challenge is to fill it, right? Fill the pipe and then start to make a production, a continuous export. And that's where today it's already a reality. It's not that we are just realizing it now. We have been working for a while already to boost production. We significantly increased activity already by 2026. We increased the number of rigs. We started with 12, we are now with 16, and we will continue increasing to boost production. As you said, not just that, but also the LNG projects we have. Where I see we have the biggest challenge is in maintaining efficiency, because at the pace we are going, with the industry growing and the demand increasing, we can't just multiply, double, or simply add more, but we have to do it in a much more efficient way. We are working hard. I imagine everyone is familiar with what the introduction of industrialization with the Toyota model, the TPS model, was, right? All the companies we are working with are seen, aren't they? We are looking daily at what the processes are, how we improve efficiency, because it's not just about cutting costs, but doing it in a sustainable way. That's where I see the biggest challenge. We had several reviews because it's hard to believe that some companies aren't going to have a maintenance process, for example, a maintenance system. Now, making sure it's really followed through, complied with, and making sure that every time the tool goes back out into the field, it comes out certified and ready and meets high-quality standards. That's not as common as it seems. And we've seen that thanks to this process, we've seen it. So beyond the volume and growth, I think that if you asked what my concern is, it's how do we maximize efficiency, maintain the quality of services, and do it in a sustained way, even today when no one's watching. You know, when you say, I do everything right, even today when no one's watching me, I can say, you see the manuals, you see the processes being followed, being done, how we certify them and ensure them, because NPT will have a much bigger impact than not reaching the drilling speed we want or the fracturing efficiency we want. That's where I see a key issue, and even though we're addressing it, training people is something you can see an effort is being made, but given the scale and number of people that's going to be needed, both for the AFRIN project and for infrastructure, are two focus areas where execution is now coming. The project was very good before, now comes the execution.
Now I'm going to ask you a series of questions to go over each of the points you mentioned, but first I'd like you to paint a picture of what you see 1 year from now. You can see what Vaca Muerta oil sewer is. It will be operational by the end of this year or early next year. This will require more drilling rigs, probably starting strongly in the first half of 2027, or perhaps in the second half of this year. I'm not sure what your insights are on this. In fracturing, one sees there's installed capacity, that maybe one is running at the speed that could be run. I know in fracturing you have 15, 16 and have capacity there, but what do you see in terms of the level of activity, let's say, at least from YPF?
The level continues. As I said, it kept growing. It will keep growing at the same pace we have now.
With how many drilling rigs could you think of working, say, by mid-next year?
We're estimating we'll end this year with around 19, 20, and from there we'd start next year.
Versus how many you have today?
Today, 16 active.
You have 3 more rigs that ramp up. That's going to happen in the next 4.
That's going to happen, and after that, as you said, the number of frac sets and activity that has certain availability, although we need to make sure we have the sequence. We're bringing in new equipment now, to increase the fleet, but the concern isn't bigger than what I see there, which I think we talked about in parallel. It's not what I do see is in everything peripheral, including also in some of the, regarding, the works, when we make the selection of the vendor list for any of the projects. And we talk about a small plant or perhaps a gathering, or even in the PTC, it's like there's a lot of suppliers available, and the suppliers kind of do everything everywhere, Everyone in the whole world is present in all the places. Suppliers do everything for everything all over the world. They're present at every job site, participating in the projects, but our concern is, will there be enough work for each one, for all levels, whether for companies that are more developed or have greater coverage capacity and others that are a bit smaller in size or others that specialize. Anyway, so what we are looking for, we were talking about it a little also before with Marcelo. It was that we look for specialization in each of the sectors. If you were to say more about what is the part of infrastructure development, if you said more in terms of infrastructure, peripheral development, companies that find what they're best, where they can develop the greatest capacity, the greatest efficiency, and develop along that line. And they can also grow later into another area, but it doesn't serve any of us. We don't want the supplier to overreach, as we usually say, and that's because it also affects operations. I mean, this is mutual. We want everything to go well for everyone. So, in general, what we're saying is, let's focus or look a bit more for those who specialize in this kind of plants, those who do a bit bigger work, and specialize in that sector and achieve maximum efficiency. That's where I see the biggest challenge.
And how do you do it, Walter? Because now we'll move to Marcelo, whose answer also interests me. But how do you do that? Because that implies a whole process of education within the industry, with each player, above all, understanding the moment. You see, the level of opportunities is very big. There are companies that maybe are in another sector thinking, I have to get in here, I have to be very aggressive with costs, with prices and so on. How do you make sure that that player also understands or is aware of the level of opportunities? It's what you're aiming for. Because maybe, in their desperation to get in, if they don't have information or you don't give them guidance, it's hard for them to understand it. Okay, I have to play defense and I have to focus on that because that's what I can do today. Later, I might be able to play offense. But how do you make that process go somewhere?
From our side, I think I was at the last Supplier Day. We talked a bit about what was the introduction of technology. We've introduced a lot of technology, and in the whole department of supplier evaluation and performance, now with the amount of data we collect in the real-time centers, we have objective data to see performance. So we use that in the supplier evaluation to see what performance they've had in each of the areas. And with that, objectively now, we definitely have a tool we can start selecting in which area we see they have better performance, and use that as a way of selection for upcoming hires. That's why I say, partly it's our job to see it, and partly it's the help and collaboration or the focus that the suppliers themselves put in to say, well, look, I'm good at this, and I specialize in this I do well, and in this I want to stand out, and in this I'm competitive, and in this I maintain performance. So it's a back and forth that will keep improving as you go making new hires.
In the case of Marcelo from Sur Energy, or PAE if you will, you had to drive and lead the construction project of the first LNG export project. It's very easy to say, but honestly, when you put it in perspective and think that Argentina starting next year will be exporting natural gas produced in Vaca Muerta and also produced in other basins, that really is a milestone. I say it as a journalist who sometimes we use the word milestone for things that maybe don't deserve it, But this is a turning point. Not to mention if later Argentina LNG comes along and Argentina in 5 or 7 years is becoming a player, I don't say top tier, but certainly an important player in the global LNG market. When you look at the process gone through and start to understand a bit the lessons, things that were done well, things that maybe need improvement, and think about what's coming, what message would you convey? What comes to your mind?
Well, first, I completely agree with what you just said. This is a dream come true, but really a dream come true that maybe we still haven't realized, we haven't woken up. But when we see on the coast an LNG tanker, and that it will also bring around 84 ships throughout the year to load and carry gas, it truly is a dream come true because 10 years ago, both YPF and Pan American, I don't recall other operators, we were investing in an $8–10 billion plant to produce LNG. Well, the government changed, financing wasn't secured, but this is a dream come true that will not only bring new specialties and new needs for suppliers and services, but new training for people who today don't have those skills. Think that just on the ship alone, there will be 350 people working on a recurring basis, plus 150 people working on shore to support the LNG ship, the liquefaction ship, plus the 84 ships that at peak, when we have the GLI and the MK2 at full capacity of the operation. So we saw this from the beginning and we realized it's not going to be easy. That's why we're working together with the Rio Negro government, with the technical schools, and I think the critical factor, besides the contractors, the critical factor is the people, train people for these new service specialties we're going to need. I repeat, 350 people permanently going up, coming down, who are going to need services, resources, food, transportation, movement, logistics, support vessels. In a place in Rio Negro, today there's nothing.
When you look at that, say, in Nuken, the lack of human resources is a recurring issue, and especially training, as Walter just said. Now, when you have to think about developing suppliers for tomorrow as fast as possible, start creating suppliers for the maritime part, that link between the mainland and the Gulf at San Matias, and being able to load. Argentina doesn't have that many players or that much know-how either, because one thing is having know-how but lacking people. Well, you can expand, but when you have to set up and start understanding, well, which local supplier in 3-4 years can provide this service that's out there? Does it turnkey? Does it, I don't know, Golar, let's say? Or you buy it turnkey because you don't have local players. How do you develop players or suppliers in that regard?
Well, in fact, Argentina doesn't have significant suppliers because the suppliers doing the offshore work are a Colombian company. The other one that took part in the bid is a Mexican company. However, we in the South, along with Total, have platforms. But Argentina didn't manage to develop technologies, for example, for this case of building a dredge to service a 15-kilometer pipe just for the first ship. It's a company carrying out the work, and it's already been delayed 3 months because the soil found is different. Well, all of these are the realities we're going to encounter. A large foreign company with experience, but it tries to lay a 15-kilometer offshore pipe, and it's already delayed 4 months. And we're looking for a plan B. Well, at the level of other specialties, probably the same thing will happen. That's why, as I said before, together with the Pan American SME program and the Supplier Development Program, for months we've been working with the province, with technical schools, with the IAPG, training people for these specialties. Now afterward, it will be up to the entrepreneurs, the companies who dare to, who set themselves up, who put in the energy needed to build a company and put themselves forward as suppliers, get the qualifications they need to get. And well, step by step, we'll carry it forward. I think it's not going to be easy, although actually the big chunk, let's say, the bulk of the whole project is already contracted already underway. But well, we'll have to see Victor Contreras and Cisa Sim to see how it unfolds and how they meet the project schedule, right?
When you look more at the upstream part, which will let you put into value Aguada Pachano Oeste, and probably other assets too, let's say, from Southern Energy Partners, what worries you in this segment? Because starting 2027 to 2028, you're going to have to sharply increase the activity level there. Is there something specific that worries you?
Well, yesterday we started up the second expansion of APO, Aguada Pachano Oeste, both the compression plant and the battery. And we're already in engineering for the third expansion. Those are tenders that will go out to the market, that many of you will receive and will have the chance to bid on the whole range of services that will be needed. We have to exceed 26 million cubic meters of gas per day to supply the MK2 when it arrives in 2028. And that's going to generate a lot of activity and a lot of work. Obviously, TEC Petrol will be there, YPF will be there, and then there's going to be a lot of other operators joining in. I don't know if you read the papers, but in the last 20 days, a month, every day, there's an oil company announcing a rig. I don't know, yesterday it came out with Juliano and his company. Well, you keep reading, and well, who's going to be there? The service providers who are going to supply them. And you ask me, are you worried? Yes, I'm worried. Because this is an industry, unlike many industries, that doesn't tighten a screw without a contractor.
Exactly.
I mean, nothing. I've worked at Coca-Cola. I've worked in other industries at Alwar. The maintenance staff belongs to the company.
Could you revisit that paradigm and say, I'm going to start bringing some services in-house?
We're working on integrating services in New Ken, in the operations and OPEX areas, because we realize that integration generates specialties and allows us to focus on what we're good at, which is drilling, planning, developing areas, de-risking areas, and not managing for the same activity 7 suppliers I have to coordinate. One brings the pump, another brings the equipment, another brings the... So we're doing the same in Golfo San Jorge, to integrate services so that a single contractor can carry out all the activities related to that activity. Notice, to add something interesting for the audience, the development of whether CNG plants or LNG plants is going to explode soon. All the oil companies are working on it. Some believe it's CNG, others believe it's LNG, whether to supply the fracturing crews or to supply the sand transport trucks. Well, we believe it's LNG. I was talking with other operators. There's a whole debate. But soon we're going to be developing LNG plants, and we're going to be bidding out equipment and trucks to transport sand. In the parts that need transporting, and in the parts for the fracturing crews. So there's also a big new business there for which we're going to need you, the contractors, those who can provide us those services.
Walter, how do you manage to somehow achieve... There are several dimensions to the conversation about Vaca Muerta's development. There's one that's epic, as we were saying, that has to do with the fact that for decades, Argentina hasn't done a project or projects of this kind. We could talk about the project, I don't know, of LNG, of TGS. I don't know if there's anyone from that company in the room, but these are very big things that Argentina hasn't seen in decades. It's not like every 5 years we do something like this. So, sometimes when you get into that dimension of grandeur, it makes you lose sight of the fact that there's also a day-to-day dimension, which is, how do I make this growth happen without losing efficiency on a field that is the country we live in, which has an economy that you don't control, and border conditions like exchange rate, inflation, and so on, you can't manage. So, how do you keep those two dimensions from clashing too much? Thinking that you have to grow, how do you make sure growth doesn't come hand in hand with inefficiency, but instead that growth comes hand in hand with efficiency?
No, well, it's a bit repeating what I just said. It's focusing on developing a bit more the capabilities in which each supplier is good. It's true that, as Marcelo just said, the operation depends on that. And what I do think is we have to start thinking differently because I don't know if we grasp the speed at which this is going to grow. So maybe in what we were saying, plant development, for example, I don't know if we're going to be able to keep doing it the conventional way. We need to lean more toward modularization and have companies specialized in building modules and companies specialized in assembly and commissioning. I think the conviction is we really need to start thinking differently without neglecting the basics, which are the basics of, as I said before, performance, training, focus on maintaining the processes, keeping closeness, obviously good planning. And then throughout execution, maintain that same kind of focus in each of the processes and steps.
And then, to wrap up, we still have a couple of minutes, but if you had to rank the challenges and problems you see in the next 2-3 years in this scaling up, logistics, lack of human resources, other infrastructure, critical inputs, sand, water, how would you rank them? What worries you most there?
Let's see. Actually, obviously, all of it worries me in some way. It's a fairly broad word. And one we're addressing in some way, I think we just said it. It's the capacity of companies that specifically have a certain focus or delivery that aren't multi-sector or polysector, as I call it, but more focused on what they need to do and what they're good at doing. The logistics issue is one, mainly with the sand issue. It's also something we're addressing with generating multimodal routes. Because unfortunately, as an industry, we couldn't get aligned and agree and achieve a solution that needed everyone. Like whatever the rail system was or whatever it's been, but that needed that union of all the companies, we couldn't achieve it. So now we're exploring this polymodal approach with 3 routes. We keep the road route with trucks, a rail one trucks. And we're about to soon explore also the river truck route.
The rail one, because you go less to Mendoza and go down to Palmyra.
Exactly, we go to Palmyra, and from Palmyra we bring it down by truck.
And the multimodal one doing something by river, let's say, or Bahia Blanca or something. Can you have that up and running by 2027, or will it take more time?
Let's see, we believe the capabilities exist to have it. It's definitely faster than establishing a rail system. There are still places where we need to do some learning, but a lot of what's happening are things already done, and there are experts in each area. There are experts in shipping, experts in managing ports, and then part of the phase is the trucks, and then from there building it and putting together something much more efficient. In some places it will be sand pipelines, in some places it will be distribution by truck, but it's like the most complex part there is putting all the parts together, not developing the solution like before, which has its own complexity, of course.
I'll leave the closing to you, Marcelo. 2 short questions. The first is what I was asking, how would you rank the level of challenges and what worries you most? Whether it's logistics, whether it's some critical input, whether it's another element we haven't covered yet.
I worry about the people. I worry about the entrepreneurs. I worry about the companies. I worry that we have qualified people, enthusiastic people who can provide the services we need. This industry is going to need a great many entrepreneurs. That's why I'll leave a tremendously optimistic message, because what's happening today, now, never happened before in the entire history of Argentina. What's coming is something tremendous, monstrous, full of opportunities for all the service specialties and materials and equipment. That's why I worry about having enough trained personnel and entrepreneurs with enthusiasm to develop new ideas and technologies, because it's the entrepreneurs who are going to help us carry out the new, complex, different challenges we're going to face. Because let's say, while Vaca Muerta is already fully or almost completely de-risked, we already know where to drill and that oil comes out, but we need to evolve in areas like LNG, in areas like ships where we still don't have experience. So for me, number one is how to train people, the specialists, so they can provide the services we need.
Let me jump to a short one, but I think it's interesting. I could have asked it earlier. There's a new paradigm that also has to do with the new moment Argentina is going through. This matter of having a more open economy, having the possibility to consider sourcing some supply from abroad, and having a local company deepen and have a strong push towards servitizing that service, responding to you as an operator. Is there any specific message about that paradigm shift, where one sees some companies understand it faster, other companies, forgive the expression, that are still somewhere else?
I think we're at a turning point, at a point where there's economic openness. There's the possibility of importing for better or worse. That's why we at Pan American 5 years ago launched the program together with the SME Development Area, the SME Internationalization Program. We've taken SMEs to the United States, to Brazil, and we've taken SMS to China 3 years in a row. Let's say with the expectation that they don't feel China is a threat, but that China can be a partner and ally. Many of the companies here are our clients, our suppliers. They import a part from China, it's made them more efficient, and we buy it cheaply here. We don't buy in China. The same for many who've traveled to Houston in the last 5 years, together with the Argentine Chamber or Texas, and have partnered with U.S. partners. For me, we need to have 100% openness, not be afraid, compete, but learn. And why not? Go create competition for them in Houston with the services we do in Argentina.
The circle would really close perfectly. We'll leave it here right down to the wire, so thank you, Walter. Thank you, Marcelo. It's really a pleasure. We'll have the closing with Horacio Marin, who today had a results presentation, which he gave. Take a look. They're really good. And Horacio asked to come at the closing instead of the morning, so anyway, thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Very good. Of course they deserve that applause. Take your water calmly. They talked a lot, didn't they? We had an extraordinary opening, so more people arrived. Look, I see them back there. Remember that not only, if you find a spot in this hall, great, welcome. You also have the adjoining room, the white room on the terrace. Different spaces we've made available to each of you so that you can not only watch what's happening here on stage, but also start doing networking, which I know, and surely, many of you came for that. Well, this was the first part of this big topic, operators. Let's scale ahead with this question we asked ourselves. Are we ready for the next leap? We have a second part where we also ask, what does the industry need? And next, we're going to welcome to the stage, once my colleagues finish swapping out the water, Guillermo Murphy, Supply Chain Vice, President at Tech Patrol. Let's welcome him with applause, please. And Pablo Sellerstein, Supply Chain Director at Plus Patrol, moderated by Sabina Trocero, Director of Trocero ICO. Let's welcome her too, please. Welcome, Sabina. A pleasure, a pleasure. Sabina will moderate this panel. And joining this panel, Pablo Fiscaletti, President of QM. All right, are we all here? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning. What a joy to see you all. We have a full house. My apologies to those standing right now, but honestly, it's a great source of pride for us to share with you these lessons from such a long journey. For a long time, we talked about seeing Vaca Muerta and said, well, when is it going to happen? And now the moment has arrived. Today, the preparation phase is over. We are now at a stage of 100% execution. And I'm pleased to share this panel with two very well-known people, also very generous in sharing all their lessons and all the challenges they are facing from two iconic companies that set trends in the sector, as well as with Pablo Fiscaletti, representative of a company QM. a great reference when it comes to the value chain and to innovations and bets on new technologies. Well, to begin, I'd like to get straight to the point, to start a bit with this challenge that both companies set for themselves of expanding frontiers to the north. Last year, Willie, at this same event, you talked about the challenges that Tech Patrol had to develop precisely Los Toldos. What was the projection? How you were planning for that development? Today, you're already at a camp with more than 2,500 people, 750 approximately, contractors who are developing and providing their services day to day. Well, how was that challenge? How was Tech Patrol's planning? And what angles did you find along the way that made you have to pivot or do a re-engineering of that plan?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, as always, for inviting me to this prestigious event. A pleasure to share it with Pablo. If you don't mind, I'll go back a bit from your question. We're always talking about challenges and demands. And if this were a Netflix series, I'd say 2 or 3 seasons have gone by. Just now with Marcelo and Walter, we saw a bit of the trailer for the new season of everything that's coming, like LNG. And now back to the present, but in the past, in the last 2 seasons, here in this spot, we said the challenge was filling the Perito Moreno pipeline. It seemed easy. We said, well, we're warming up the new activity, but did we have the capacities? At that time, the agenda had Old Del Val's growth, and Vemos was an item on the agenda. The following year, I came back and said, well, Old Del Val is a reality, Perito Moreno is a reality, and Vemos is a concrete agenda. We're doing it. So then the system got a bit stressed. We said we need to invest in rigs. We need to invest in fracturing fleets. The doubt was, is the talent there? Do people have the capacity to develop this? And I said right here, we operators have no excuses. The bottleneck of evacuation is solved. We have to invest in developing our fields. And that's how the idea comes together, linked with a lot of ideas achieved or challenges met by the industry in general. I think it's a good moment to acknowledge everything we did in the past, because for 2 years now, we've been setting challenges but achieving them. And now once again, we have a new challenge. And if you want the trailer for this series, next season is LNG. But the reality of this season is let's fill Vemos, as they just said with Walter, and let's put into value everything we've been investing in as challenges right now. The worries at that time were, well, we have to invest in rigs. Tech Patrol went from 2 rigs to 4. 3 of the 4 rigs we have today, they are state-of-the-art. We brought them in late 2024, early 2025, and in 2026. We had to invest in fracturing fleets. We went from 10 to 15 fleets, another check achieved. And we had the fear of whether as an industry we had the capacity to develop not one project, but several projects at once. Plus Petrol with some strategy that Pablo will tell, Tech Petrol building a facility of $1.3 billion. Do we have the capacities to do it? Beyond some delay, some acceleration, the answer is yes, another challenge met. Because the fear was 1. Yes, 2, yes, 3 at once. Can it be done? Yes, it can. The industry was ready, and we planned to start our plant in the first half of 2027 in line with the start of Vemos, and the plan didn't change. And after a year and a half or a year of intense work, it didn't change. We had the resources. We have 3,200 day rate workers on site today. I once said I grew up in a town of 3,000 people and that the camp was bigger than my town, and it came true. We have 3,200 day rate workers, 500 monthly staff. The camp is a mini city. And if you add up the man-hours worked by those 3,000 people today, which were 1,000 or so, 3,000 was going to drop one day, the total of these people in hours comes to 9,200,000 hours worked. To give a reference, I think we have 1,000 kilometers of cable equivalent laid down to the cable tray. I didn't get the equivalent Milanesas eaten by the 3,200 people during those hours. But to give an idea of the magnitude that a $1.3 billion project represents, plus almost $700 million of investment from the 50 initial wells that one day we opened to fill the plant between March and June of 2027. So this is the magnitude of the challenges we've had. It was planned, the plan has been fulfilled.
There, Willie, let me ask you. You've been developing ProPMEs for more than 20 years, where it's not a program of selecting suppliers, but goes much further, training the people from suppliers, helping them gain efficiency, gain competitiveness, and so on. You've been investing in this for at least 2 decades. What role do you think that supply chain plays in having built that whole supply chain if we wanted to encourage other operators to develop similar programs? How important do you think it is? What data can you share that illustrates the importance of having that network of suppliers when it comes to meeting all these objectives in parallel?
ProPymes is a Grupo Techint brand. At the organizational level, it has 1,200 SMEs being trained. Tech Patrol has 270. Those SMEs belong to Tech Patrol. We've invested 35,000 training hours, 5,000 or 6,000 hours of consulting last year. The focus is on something critical we have to develop throughout the value chain, which are safety issues and quality issues. Safety is fundamental in oil operations. Our training focus is there. We need to develop the value chain to another level in terms of safety and quality so that it gives us the consistency we need. One of the challenges we have today is consistency. At the rig doing a well in Los Toldos, we don't want records. I don't want that. The standard is 15 days. We have to do all the wells in 15, 15, 14 standard is 20, 20, 20, 20. Someday we'll do 14 or 18 and put out a notice saying record. But we shouldn't be chasing the record. We have to chase consistency. And training the whole value chain is fundamental. In Los Toldos project today, there are 760 companies with at least one purchase order for the Toldos project. And 95% of those companies are national. They represent 75% of the amount. 95% are nationally owned. And of those, about 200 are SMEs that are in our program. In Tech Patrol's program, in Tenaris' program, or in Ternium's program. Because the whole metalworking industry is behind the development of a facility.
Oh, sorry. I mean, going back to what Pablo said when we talked about the challenge, not only the challenge operators have, but also upstream that translates into a challenge for the whole value chain that has to be ready to respond in proper condition, let's say, as the operation requires. And often when we talk with the different SMEs that make up the value chain, they tell us that one of the problems a company has to be able to make investments, new technology and new developments, are the financing alternatives available in the market, or that today there's quite a bit of, let's say, an absence of certain alternatives in the market at a certain cost that could work for companies. But on the other hand, there's also talk of contract terms. In a program we shared, Willie, you mentioned that for a critical input, for a critical service, logistics, particularly sand logistics, you were in a position or willing to extend the terms of contracts in order to facilitate some developments or projects that could generate new alternative solutions at a more efficient cost. Does that still hold? Can it be translated to other sectors or other segments? Or how do you handle it?
Think. Change the mindset a bit. Look up and think about projects long term. The catalyst, the thing that changed that concept was Vamos, or the oil export business. Going back a bit to the past, with just Perito Moreno, domestic market, short term. When we relieved the bottleneck, and now we have the horizon of selling oil and LNG on the agenda to the international market, the term doesn't matter. We'll sign the project for 20 years if you want. Then we go to 5 because technologies change, because it's a reasonable term. But we brought in the new rig equipment with a 5-year contract. The fracturing fleet, no problem. Tenaris buys it and we contract it for 5 years. Strategic services today, we can contract for 5 years. Sand logistics, we're working so that a truck dedicated to sand gets debuted, amortized, and scrapped. As I said in that program, going back and forth bringing sand, no problem. Well, today we're on a long-term agenda.
Great. That's very encouraging, Pablo, being part of the chain.
For suppliers, it's essential to have that medium and long term. And there, Pablo, let me ask you, in some segments, with some technologies, even open Vaca Muerta that we're all seeing with large volumes of operations, in some segments, perhaps the supply, the demand from a single operator isn't enough to develop a local supplier, to develop a technology, develop processes. Is there room, do you see room to join forces between 2, 3, or more operators to be able to do a local development of some technology?
Look, we do see room for that. The problems are similar. When we meet with Willie to talk about what we need to do going forward, we most likely share an agenda. The points we have in common are quite similar. Maybe each company chooses its own strategy to develop. They, as Willie said, are building a big facility. For us to explain a bit our growth, I would have to go back to what our chosen strategy was to develop under Bajo del Choique de la Invernada, where we decided to scale with modular plants. That allowed us to quickly capture barrels of production, carry the learning from one plant to the next over the previous one. If those participating in the bidding for the current plants have a certain amount of engineering that maybe wasn't there in the first one, or has corrections based on that experience. But that staged approach also gives us the opportunity to think long-term about what we're going to need, and to think from that long-term about what needs we won't be able to acquire on our own, and that we have to join efforts on. So, to give a concrete example, the amount of drilling mud waste we're going to generate is going to be increasingly larger. Today we have 3 drilling rigs under Bajo del Choique, 1 rig at La Calera, and in October another rig is coming in. We have long-term contracts for each of them, regarding your question. Talking about 5 years is pretty common today. We're about to go out to bid, and many of those participating are also here for a 6th rig. And we have future plans for a 7th. All that is going to generate drilling mud waste that will challenge us or create a bottleneck for us in logistics, in moving all that mud. But on our own, the volume won't be enough to allow supply to be generated locally. So, we've joined forces with Tech Patrol in particular, and we're in the process, and Chevron among the 3, to make available our volume to those bidding for us.
Everyone who generates mud in the north is working.
Exactly, making their plans or their business cases adding up the 3 volumes rather than just 1. That's just to give a concrete example of things we can do from our side to help ensure suppliers' business plans get sent through.
And how is the local supplier development agenda going? What are you looking for when you look for a local supplier? There's a lot of people trying to get in.
You're actually asking me this at a moment when internally we're also adapting to what's coming, and we just launched our supplier and solutions development area. Our expectation there is to be able to boost even more what we've been doing with many suppliers and invite even more suppliers to join in pushing an agenda of innovation, of efficiency, where maybe the old purchasing office where we talked about rates, where I was a part of it, and I have no problem with that. Those are stages that are no longer enough, and we need to talk about innovation, efficiency, new technologies. That's a bit of what we're going to look for to keep boosting suppliers. I didn't bring as many numbers as Willie's Milanesa, but we clearly have a very strong focus on local suppliers. We have quite interesting numbers of spending on suppliers in the area, and our expectation is to keep scaling up. We have this possibility given by the modular approach of working little by little. Many times we meet with facility suppliers and we present them the need to get to know each other, and maybe with a project that probably isn't the scale of what they expect initially, but is a way of building the relationship, building trust, getting to know each other, and ultimately from there scaling up, just as the project is also scaling up.
Now, Pablo, I didn't bring numbers, but you have several numbers. Even if we draw a parallel with what we talked about with Willie just now, and look a bit back and forward at Plus Petrol's reality, when you first acquired the Exxon assets at Bajo del Chueque mainly, you had a production level of 4,500 barrels. Today, you're at 45,000 or more.
A bit over 50,000.
A bit over 50,000, so I'm a bit behind. And the same, in projection, you have a quite interesting investment plan to triple the production level. Now that opens up new challenges again, or starts to stress the value chain a bit, because it's not a direct correlation to think that the value chain can just be tripled. So it requires, as you said, planning, preparing, thinking long-term, seeing how you as operators are coordinating with each other to unify demand, so new supply solutions can arise. It would also be good for the value chain to take on that case so it can be done in a coordinated way. But what can you tell us a bit about this looking back and forward? What do you attribute this success to? That by mid-year you already exceeded or reached the expected annual production level. What they expected for this year has already been achieved.
Well, I think the strategy we set out is materializing, as I told you, modular, where we took over the field with 500 barrels. We ended last year at 20,000. Recently, we surpassed 50,000 by putting a new plant into operation. We're halfway through building a next plant that will take us toward mid-next year to be above 70,000. We're bidding out 2 more plants that will take that capacity above 100,000 barrels, which we expect to have in 2028. At La Calera specifically, where we've already been producing 30,000 barrels and 14.5 million cubic meters per day, we're expanding our capacity to 45,000 barrels and 17 million cubic meters per day. But I'd tell you that all this materialization of that strategy we've been preparing much further back in time, even with internal transformations that also have to do with suppliers. We've had improvement programs for all our internal processes, a project called Crisol at the time, and today we're already using tools with suppliers. We've launched a supplier portal to give more agility to our relationship so they can see where their purchase orders are, the status of their invoices, exchange information with contract administrators. We understand the key to having achieved it is the agility with which we could do it, and that's supported by those processes. We are currently launching a program that we call Operational Intelligence. What we are going to seek is that all that achievement we obtained in the processes, if you want, of desktop, be able to bring it to the operational processes and leverage it in what is going to be technology, the use of artificial intelligence applied to operations and decision-making based on all the data we are generating in operations. And I'd say it goes there through the agility we can give our projects with a motto we have in the company. And no matter what area I talk to, I obviously represent the supply area, but everything we have in the company has to do with improving well cost. We understand that improving well cost is the key to repeatability in the factory and is what's going to make our plans resilient, and therefore it's what will maintain opportunities for suppliers to accompany our growth.
There, the vertical integration of Plus Petrol, which is acquiring the equipment from the workforce and now has SPI, I understand that also contributed or gave the company greater response capacity. You tell me if that's how it is or how you experienced it. My question is mostly, are you thinking, just as you're thinking about tripling production, with the addition of new plants? Also thinking about integrating vertically into other areas? Or has the integration for now been only with this equipment acquisition? And is everything focused on investments to increase productive capacity?
Well, today we're focused on expanding our drilling rig capacity. I think we all know that part of the drilling rigs are owned by Plus Patrol. We're evaluating different alternatives to be able to go from those 5 rigs we already have, committed 3 Rs and 2 from the market, toward 2 more. One in the medium term and another in the long term. We're evaluating both models.
Next year, you'd already have 7 rigs?
We're set to bring in the 5th around October. We're looking for a 6th for 2027 and the 7th for 2028. Following that curve I mentioned before, we're currently analyzing both options, so we're open to either one. And regarding our fracturing fleet, what we're doing is, or our fracturing company, what we're doing is improving capabilities within the framework of many initiatives the company has. Some involve QM. We've acquired dual fuel pumps to be able to consume the gas from our field within the framework of a set of initiatives to improve well cost efficiency, ranging from reducing the number of kilometers we travel, from the origin of the goods we transport to the field, such as sand, which, you know, is a subject I think everyone here is familiar with. The drilling muds themselves, bringing treatment closer to where we are in the area. And with all those irrigation initiatives, we're open to any kind of opportunity.
Very interesting. Willie, going back to you, and also drawing a parallel with what we just talked about regarding integration, TechPetrol is part of a group that has a vertical integration gene in different areas. I understand that when you go out to the market looking for solutions that aren't found, or that maybe require another level of efficiency, you make the decision or see the alternative of integrating it. That's what you did with some solutions related to sand, last mile, or sand processing. And later also with the fracturing fleet through Tenaris. Are you thinking of continuing on some other front or segment of integration? Or how has the experience also been today with regard to handling the sand solution internally?
The experience with sand has been extraordinary, but the first experience was with the fracturing fleet, an earlier one with a coiled tubing unit. We bought a coiled tubing unit, Tenaris operated it. We decided to buy a fracturing fleet, and it was decided later that Tenaris would operate it. But we've always worked as a team. Francisco is here, who will later be on the panel and will explain a bit that whole success story of a team of 2, of 3. And we always discuss the equipment's efficiency, 12 stages a day, no matter the number of stages, 22 hours of fracturing and 24 if we can. And how do we work on that together? So that critical machine doesn't stop. And so sand logistics was fundamental so that they charge me up to this day for 9 minutes of NPT due to lack of sand. 9 minutes? A bit paranoid we are. But well, that's the level of control we have. When we bring sand from 1,200 kilometers away, depending on such a critical machine as the fracturing fleet on that logistics, we decided to integrate. Integrate into production, integrate into receiving, at the toldos, integrate into the last mile, the well. But we're exposed on the long transit leg, let's say. And their road infrastructure worries us. It has to be part of the industry's agenda to develop more safety around sand transport from Entre Rios, or from Tier 1, Tier 2, as we call it, like the riverine area. And there we have a structural weakness which we don't want to integrate. I don't want to buy trucks. There in the market, the easiest thing is to buy trucks. Then we have to see if it's trucks. Or if it's trucks and trains, or some multimodal option that lets us support the expected growth. Last year, it was 5 million tons. We expect 7, 8 million, 40% more in the short term, And if the LNG agenda comes through, probably it's 10, 11 million tons of sand. A level that will depend on the mix between local river sand stresses the supply chain notably. There, the decision isn't to integrate, but rather to work with everyone to develop a solution. We have to find it. Like we did the joint work with the cutting, because I want to highlight this because the safety areas of the three companies work together, making the same spec. Don't let me get in a bid for one furnace solution and you for another furnace solution. We specified the same thing, we went out into the market with the same thing, and we generated the scale so that someone would invest in that solution there. We probably have to do the same with sand logistics. A finer grain, coarser, doesn't matter, it has to be carried. And we have to work on the solution as an industry, not individually. There we have a pending issue. And in fuel economy also for long-distance transport, I think Marcelo just mentioned LNG. That time when I was a big fan of CNG, I have to say. We probably have to work on a joint solution, or maybe there's a niche for both, we don't know. The big fuel demand is in the fracturing fleet. And we're all working so that the pumps are no longer diesel. Nobody's going to buy a diesel pump. Everybody's going to buy either DGV or full gas or electric like YPF's version that will generate power with gas. So diesel fuel for fracturing fleets is over in the short term. Now we have to develop gas treatment infrastructure, mobile plants like you're doing, to liquefy or compress it, to transport the gas as liquefied or compressed. But operators don't want to get into those niches. We all want to drill one more oil well, one more gas well, and highlight the bottleneck we have or the opportunity the industry has, and have someone take it because today the agenda is long-term. It's no longer like, well, a government raises the subsidy, cheaper, and gas is worth more or less. We stop and start. Today, the market is infinite. Oil and gas to the world gives us a horizon to make decisions in a different way. We have to take on general market risk, not like before anymore.
The market you're talking about also means no longer just thinking about how to produce better, but how to capture more value from the gas molecule, whether CNG, LNG, export market, or domestic market, with CNG or LNG logistics, the fracturing fleets. And these are technologies that can coexist, or different business areas that can coexist. But it's also important to understand where we're headed so the value chain can prepare.
Walter said it in the first intervention. I think the challenge is consistency, repeatability. We don't want records. We have to be very consistent in what we do so that costs are at the level they need to be to compete in the international market. For some things, we have some structural disadvantage, like sand being far from us, but water being closer to us. We have pros and cons, and we have to make the scenario we face more efficient.
Would you like to ask a closing question?
No, maybe a small comment. When Nico and Sabina invited me to join the panel, it's a topic I like beyond my role at QM, that of developing the value chain. Plus Petrol and Tech Patrol are two companies that work hard on this. I think there are many opportunities ahead in the development of that chain. Argentina has a supplier ecosystem that was formed over many decades, more than 100 years of Argentina producing oil and gas. I was doing a little recap these days thinking about the scale-up leap, which is a bit the theme of the day, and I did an introspective exercise on QM, these 22 years of QM, and there are 4 or 5 projects that clearly marked for us a leap in scale. They're projects where somehow one manages to expand capabilities. Expanding capabilities means building a new facility, buying a new machine, bringing in the technology you have, hiring people with specific knowledge you don't have today. And there are projects that touch you in all those senses and transform you as a company. and transform you to the point that when the project ends, the company has already grown and is different. And when I thought about that, it became very clear to me what was behind it, and it was people. There were people inside companies, service companies, operators, and so on, who had bet on that local development, which I think is very important. These are decisions that are costly, that aren't easy to make within a corporation, doing local development at the expense of bringing in a technology already proven in the Permian or wherever. But well, within corporations in general, there are people willing to take that risk because they know that in the medium and long term, there are benefits. And it's very important, on one hand, for operators, service companies, to put important people in charge of spotting those opportunities. And on the SME side, to try to identify who those people are who can champion those technology projects, innovation, or a new service within the operators. But it's welcome if there are new financing tools. I love supplier development programs we shouldn't overlook, and we shouldn't set aside the human factor. It's very important behind those decisions, there's a person who took the risk, who bravely bet on a local supplier. In our case, that's how it was. There were 4 or 5 people behind those 4 or 5 projects who bet on local development, and it generated a lot of growth for us. And in the medium and long term, the results have been very good for both parties. We like to say that the SME, all those decisions it has to make to grow because of a project. Some it manages to make earlier by instinct, by drive. Others it necessarily has to make once the purchase order is there, the contract is there. And we always say that SMEs don't develop when they're ready, but rather when someone gives them the chance to get ready. So I think it's very important in this agenda not to lose sight of the human factor, the person who makes the decision to develop a local supplier.
Well, thank you very much, Pablo. We're already on time. Do you want to add anything?
No, taking what you said about the human factor to give an example, when we bought our sand plant in Entre Rios, it was an asset that was idle, headed to become a dovecote. There were tons of pigeons. The difference between that asset being a dovecote or being today a plant that produces 250,000 tons of sand is the people. It's people who got it up and running. And a final message from our plan that we have, called Genera. We work with technical schools, Gen Technico with technical schools, ProPIME, as we mentioned, with SMEs, but afterwards, oil connects those two worlds. We have a case, for example, that I invite everyone to look up. A Gen Tech program student, University Civil Engineering, working part-time at a supermarket checkout. I said, why are you at a supermarket checkout? You should be at an SME. And we managed to get her now working at an SME from New Ken, because that talent needs to be developing in the field where they're studying. Sorry, Koto, but we took a cashier from you. In the end, talent, human resources, is what makes the difference.
Speaking of talent, and as a closing, I think beyond us as a company tripling our size, what we want to maintain is our essence. So we always invite suppliers, whoever has an idea, a proposal, a new technology, or that needs or has a need even to develop a good or a service. Our doors are always open, we listen to them. That's ultimately what it's about, and that's how we build relationships. So the invitation stands. Starting today, we also have formal channels, but the people are the same. So we're always open to evaluate any kind of initiative that ultimately, as Pablo said, we do between people.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much.
As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Let's get moving.
Thank you very much.
All right. We continue at Supplier Day 2026. How are you all enjoying it? Good, right? More than interesting? Thank you so much. We have a lot of people standing over there, if you can find a seat up front here. There are some, but, well, not that many. There's a hall behind us that you can use to watch this event through the screen. Well, I also have to tell you that if you want to receive information from specialized journalists on topics related obviously to energy, to mining, on the back of your badges, you'll find a QR code. That QR code will redirect you directly to our WhatsApp channel. We have another communication channel for each one of you. Let's move on to the next topic. Service companies. The operational reality in Vaca Muerta's first ring. That's the name of it. From strategy to real execution. Let's move on with this panel from strategy to real execution. I invite Diego Arganaraz to come up to the stage, please. Diego Arganaraz, Project and Account Manager at SLB. Let's welcome him with applause. Fabian Mendoza, Account Manager. From Halliburton, Francisco Liberatore, Senior Director, Oil and Gas Services at Tenaris. And moderating this panel, Ms. Sabina Trochero. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back. We only made replacements. Well, let's continue talking. We were just talking with 4 operators that are indeed setting the market trend, the scale-up we've been discussing. For a long time, we talked about the need to invest and increase the physical evacuation capacity for gas and oil. Nowadays, that's already a fact. Operators keep investing, increasing production capacity, and you are also part of that achievement. Companies, service providers. Well, one of them with the longest track record at an industrial level, because it also lives with and contributes all its knowledge to the provision of services in general. And we're also going to talk about what challenges you face, because the challenges are not only for the operators, but also for each one of the links in the chain, of each one of the companies that make up the chain. If you like, Fabian, let's start talking a bit about Halliburton, an international company that surely many of the lessons it develops in other countries like the United States, it ends up implementing in Argentina. With the incorporation of new technology, dual-fuel frac fleets, an electric frac fleet is arriving in October. Tell us about this challenge, how Halliburton plans greater investments in order to be able to accompany this scale-up, where your value contribution will be extremely necessary.
Well, Sabina, thank you for the invitation, first of all. And yes, from Halliburton we see a goal in Argentina, which YPF has already set, a goal for 2031 to 2032, which most companies are following, right? For us, beyond production as such, which has been growing significantly, I think the next leap is more associated with the technological changeover. And speaking of changeover, evidently in the context we're currently in, what we're looking for is to be much more efficient. In that search for efficiency, Halliburton is making these kind of investments, capital investments, because we're betting on the country long term. We're betting on our clients, on this project. And that's why it's no longer news, you already mentioned it. We're bringing an electric frac fleet that's arriving in October. We estimate it will be operational approximately by late October, early November, and a second frac fleet will very likely arrive in February next year. What's the idea behind this? We have already reached certain production levels, or our clients, the operators have reached certain production levels with efficiencies, trying to drill faster, trying to frac faster, minimizing pumping times, minimizing times between stages, minimizing DTM times. What's left for us now is to turn to technology, to turn to different mechanisms that allow us to be even more efficient and overcome that technical barrier we have today. So, in that context, that's why we're betting precisely on bringing this kind of technology.
Now, in Permian, you perhaps have the value chain already prepared or developed to be able to provide maintenance services for this kind of frac fleets, new technologies. Now, for Argentina, it ends up being new, it's an innovation. Are you finding, or have you started to talk to suppliers, But are you finding any challenge in this regard of not doing the same, providing a maintenance service for an electric frac fleet as for a dual fuel one, or even the layout of the plant, which surely changes because the composition of the equipment isn't the same? Are you finding any drawback, or will you work hand in hand with certain suppliers in order to be able to bring down that knowledge of experiences from other countries into Argentina?
Look, there will definitely be a transition period. Today, our supply chain is not 100% localized in Argentina. We were discussing it with my colleagues backstage. And we're definitely going to have to, at first, do sourcing internationally. Let's put it that way. Try to get spare parts. We are, in fact, training local personnel, Argentine personnel, in the USA on the operation and maintenance of electric equipment. And we've identified some suppliers that we'll most likely try to develop in the future so that they can supply us with that kind of technology or that kind of maintenance for these technologies. So, yes, there's a challenge today. Let's say the supply chain isn't clearly established in Argentina. Again, it's a new technology. We didn't expect it to be like this. But we already have a plan we're implementing so that this reaches a good outcome, and we can have, let's say, on-site everything we're expecting.
There's a learning curve, right? Like anything that's new and requires time. But the important thing is that you also have the chance or the waiting time to accompany them.
I think the most important thing is to have planning. And for that planning to have enough lead time so that by the time you implement it, it's as successful as possible. So, the learning curve we have in the United States. A chart was circulating recently. They run thousands and thousands of stages monthly, and they've been fracking for approximately 30 years. We've capitalized on those lessons learned from the United States, on that learning curve, and we've reduced those times here in Argentina. What we want by bringing this electric technology is again to capitalize on the lessons learned from the United States, so that curve is as painless as possible, so to speak, in the country. From a logistics standpoint, everything is flowing as it should. We have weekly follow-ups with our clients on how deliveries are going, on how the gas supply is going. Because this is collaborative, this isn't just Halliburton. We have work with our clients, with our suppliers, and we all have to mesh perfectly so that when we do the startup, we can push the button and everything works perfectly.
It's very interesting what you say about the projection we have, how we also have to prepare, as members of the value chain. Francisco, on Tenaris' side, as we were talking about earlier, it's part of a group that has a vertical integration gene, but also thinking always about new businesses. Tenaris has frac fleets, and that's why it joined as a service provider company, but it brings a very interesting track record of over 70 years approximately, with an industrial gene, which I understand many of the lessons from that. From its industrial track record, they can pour nowadays into the service provision side. With the challenges that Vaca Muerta generate show, do you analyze it? How do you prepare? How do you interpret these challenges within the company?
It seems to me that the game or the challenge changed, right? I mean, the geology and the potential of Vaca Muerta was the first stage, it's proven. The second stage of this was what Fabian said. Raising the level of efficiency both of the operator and of the service company to achieve results similar to the northern basin. Somehow this was achieved quickly or in a very fast evolution in Argentina. Today the challenge goes beyond the operator and the service company, but is associated with a conglomerate of infrastructure developments and the development of all these service companies, thinking about the new technologies that allow for that scale-up that Vaca Muerta's development needs. At Tenaris, we're convinced that somehow Argentina has the chance to become a prevailing global player through the exploitation of its natural resources. He mentioned it earlier, we have over 70 years of history working in the metallurgical industry. And those last 5 years, we've invested more than $1 billion in Argentina. 25% of that amount directly to the Neuquén Basin for the development of our service division. $240 million, which today allow us to have 13 frac fleets running, 2 coiled tubing units, and in the coming weeks, there's a third one arriving with a completely disruptive technology. The addition a year ago of a service center in Vista Alegre, which is strategically located between Neuquén and Añelo, allows for the integration in some way of all our functions and providing services with greater closeness and synergy to our clients. In a way, Tenaris's vision is to bring all that industrial DNA to service management and make it more efficient, obviously, with the incorporation of technology.
Integration remains part of Tenaris's strategic planning. And you were talking about how this allows translating the lessons from one industry to another, or from one type of activity to another. What do you think is the value contribution that Tenaris makes to the industry in this sense? And I also think that this coexistence of an industrial experience and services allows you a certain feedback loop, perhaps, in the technologies you implement, and being able to make continuous improvement that ultimately contributes to efficiency.
Let's see, there are 3 fundamental pillars. I mean, closeness with clients, long-term investment, in a way, and industrial knowledge or that industrial know-how. Throughout this development and over time, we've absorbed that industrial knowledge to be able to bring it into service management. Vertical integration has been Tenaris's strategy. A concrete example of that, we're the only company in the world that has the coiled tubing service fully integrated. For example, from manufacturing the product in our metallurgical center in Houston to providing the well service in Vaca Muerta. That gives us tremendous evolving capacity for that technology.
A day-to-day knowledge of how it works.
In the details, and also taking it to another level because it allows us to develop associated byproducts, such as developing particular chemicals to treat corrosion problems with local suppliers with the entire local value chain. So our strategy is that. Going back to your question, it's the industrial DNA, the vertical integration, knowing our product very well over more than 70 years, bringing it to the well.
Diego, moving to another spectrum, regarding SLB, which is a company that has had presence in the market for many years, also with many lessons learned. It constantly brings us innovation, keeps breaking records. We said records aren't important, but also the record regarding lateral lengths, exceeding 8,000 meters, is important to highlight. Now it's a company that not only provides services related to what we were talking about regarding fracking, but also in recent years incorporated new business units or business strategies that transform the company into a strategic partner, also in some assets, such as Agua del Cajon. So, how was this circuit or this new experience of being part alongside CapEx and Trafigura in a project? What are the lessons learned and the challenges? And also, what's the projection in this regard? Whether the focus is on continuing to develop, being a strategic partner in some assets in order to leverage all the experience and learning that you have, but being an intrinsic part of that development.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sabina, for this opportunity. It's an honor to share the panel with Francisco and Fabian. Going to your question, SLB is a technology company. We like competition. We seek records and we also seek the stable. The decision we mentioned that 15 days, Tech Patrol mentioned, 15 days, 14 days, stable to rig release to drill a well. We, as a services company, do want to reach that record, that average, but we always push the limits. We push the limits because basically that's what we do, being more competitive. But competition happens in technology and also in other aspects. SLB has a portfolio of integration, we could say horizontal, to somewhat illustrate the difference with the integration that exists at Techint, where we look for our client to express what their need is and what we can offer from SLB to integrate or to be able to solve that need. Through integration. What does integration mean? It means collaborating in different aspects, divisions. And the collaboration can be an operational collaboration, purely dedicated to the operation. It can be a long-term collaboration on the financial side, on being able to develop the know-how for that client who doesn't have experience in unconventional or conventional. So SLB finds, here in Argentina, we find that opportunity. And we can develop it because we've experienced in different parts of the world. And it's also been, if you will, historically in the same context, exponential growth where there are clients who want to participate but can't find or don't have the pieces to put together the puzzle. So the horizontal integration, or the integration that SLB offers, goes through those aspects. Operational integrations, process integrations, and also in asset development, the asset itself at the end of the day.
That varies depending on which the strategic partners or projects are that it decides to get into. And currently, we were saying you're part of Agua del Cajon, but you also have a projected agreement with Pan American Energy. Has that agreement already started? Is it in action or is it projected?
We already started this year. It's been about 3 months operationally, and we started working with Pan American on what is an operational integration, which we seek. I think that points a bit to competition. We could say, if you look at it in scale, what we look for in companies, or what SLB seeks, is to compete in what would be the high end. In that niche, where we seek the operational difference or efficiency. For that, you have to break molds and be able to work from the client's side and from SLB's side jointly. And that requires having the same objective. The objectives are defined through integrated contracts, where it's not just the upstream part, if you will. We can even do the production part. So looking at scale, all the milestones or the stages of the process from upstream production to downstream gives you other possibilities to work with. Another totally different aspect.
Now, you also invest a lot in innovation, in technology. You also talk about this new business model, SLBs, of horizontal integration, as you call it. But in some articles, I read you also nowadays have a strategic alliance, if I interpreted the article correctly, with Champion X precisely in order to incorporate new technology as well. How does that process work?
It's already been a year that we are together with Champion X, which is a leading company in products for oil and gas production. The integration basically goes to the same spectrum. Seeking that we have, or we can say it in other words, SLB is known in upstream, we could say. In drilling, in fracturing. However, there are other divisions that are also part of SLB. From headquarters, they saw that SLB needed an arm in the production side. Production being a place with many efficiencies for the future at an international level. From there, the decision was made to acquire Champion X. Champion X has presence here in Argentina. We're already one company, and we're looking to combine products and services. Basically, that's also what we find in our work structure. For example, during fracturing, we can already think about how we can stimulate that well for production. But not yet entering the production side, but rather in well completion, injecting products. So there, those lines between, for example, drilling, completion, or stimulation, and production start to blur. That's what we're looking for, basically. For it to end up being a single line of work. and we can find seamlessness.
And have a transferability like knowledge of the lessons learned in one stage to translate them into the next. Francisco, in the same line, innovation and technology and new developments run through you. And you also have a strong drive to work with the value chain, as Willie mentioned earlier, with the Pro SMS development program. What is the vision you have, or what are the plans and some cases you can tell us or mention about innovation, technology, and also how you see this challenge of working with the value chain that can be up to the circumstances in order to be able to accompany all these developments you mentioned, or the speed at which you're integrating new services. You went from fracturing to coiled tubing equipment, and you're thinking about integration going forward. What can you tell us about that?
Let's see, a concrete example of this could be at the end of last month, we started operating the third frac fleet at the Los Toldos field in the north of the Nucan Basin for Tech Patrol. The frac fleet is quite disruptive for the basin because it's the first one to incorporate DGB technology, but on a Tier 4 power platform, which allows in some way to have diesel substitution percentages above 80%, obviously generating a very interesting reduction from the standpoint of CO2 emissions and its impact on the environment. But the most important thing about this is that, like the gentleman here with me mentioned, we collaborate with this technology to accompany Vaca Muerta's development from the standpoint of efficiency of operating cost. This reduces cost and allows that development to continue. Now, this set is 28 frac pumps, 70,000 HHP available at the well location. But the interesting thing is that it was built in record time, a bit what you mentioned with the strategic partnership of Tenaris and a Mar del Plata SME QM, which Pablo was just sitting on the panel with you, and we worked together on the development of the engineering. It was a very, very interesting challenge, especially because of the time frame we had to achieve it. In 11 months, we managed to build that equipment and also test it and put it to work in the field with the expected values. So there you have a clear example of how collaborative working together and spreading all that industrial knowledge to our suppliers and to our value chain with SME programs, for example, quickly contributes to growth. Something similar also, and where we're headed, has to do with the inclusion of a new service that we're going to start, or hope to start providing around early in the first quarter of 2027. We're going to explore a bit the drilling side with a concept in line with what I mentioned earlier about our vertical integration, replicating some coiled tubing concepts. We've designed an ad hoc high-tech electric over hydraulic rig that will allow us to drill the first section of the well. The guide, basically integrated and turnkey. In a way, what we're looking for is to leverage Tenaris's key product, which is casing tubing for the well, integrating it into the service and bringing it to the complete well location. The rig has walking capabilities, moving capabilities, a level of technology unknown today for Argentina, which will allow us quality and efficiency in the service and free up operators so that the big rigs, the high specs, can be used for the intermediate casing, the production casing, and thus provide more efficiency to Vaca Muerta's development in the basin.
Because we always talk about scale and think in quantity, but what's important also is the quality given the speed at which all these developments happen. Plus, Petrol mentioned that the production level it had expected for the year, it already managed to achieve in 6-7 months of the year's execution. So often it's a development and a speed that starts to overwhelm us and starts to stress. But in a good sense, all the actors in the chain, as well as the public sector, which also has to catch up with certain regulations in order to make certain developments viable, facilitate the import of certain equipment, new technologies, And there, to move on to some closing remarks. Fabian, you were telling us what Halliburton's projection is for October this year. Can we know Halliburton's projection in Argentina? But with a longer-term projection over 2 or 3 years in terms of market share, in terms of the coexistence of technologies, this thing we're discussing, often the value chain needs to know, well, do I prepare to be a maintenance provider, or develop infrastructure, or think about how to supply gas to a dual fuel unit? Or maybe it's going to stop existing, and Halliburton is going to focus only on another type of electric frac fleets. Talking about the projection, what's the message to communicate so that the value chain knows in what ways it has to be preparing?
Look, definitely, I repeat and emphasize Halliburton's bet on the Argentine market is firm, solid, it's long-term. The investments we're making are investments that will definitely show returns only over time. As Francisco mentioned well, there's a bet on decarbonization, there's a bet on increasing efficiency, and we definitely want to be part of that. We see that those Vaca Muerta projections long-term, I mentioned around 30 to 32, will demand a great supply of products and services from the market. We're preparing for that, and consequently we expect our suppliers to also prepare in that sense. Now, what we offer is that support, so that local suppliers can reach those levels or company standards that allow them to meet all the needs of a company like Halliburton. So, this kind of supplier development is what we do in most countries, and every time we bring a new technology, which is tense at first, there's a transition. In that transition, we start seeing which are our most critical suppliers, which are their target suppliers, what plans we should develop together to be able to bring them to that level that we want. And why not, as was mentioned in a previous remark, offer Argentine services in other countries. So the bet is that, and the bet is exactly the same. Just as we're betting on the country, we expect suppliers to bet on working with Halliburton, and that together we can manage to meet those goals that most of our clients have set.
It's very important what you say about the possibility Halliburton offers of being able to insert local SMEs into global value chains that could internationalize, because it also opens the spectrum with new technologies. It widens demand, so therefore it has greater possibilities of expanding its offer. That's right, it's extremely interesting. Diego, now as a closing note, understanding a bit what you told us about SLB, my intention is also to know what SLB's projection is in Argentina, this thing we were discussing. The development of higher production levels, the intended volumes of production expected for 2030, will demand service providers with greater response capacity, more equipment, greater efficiency. How are you preparing for this leap in the next 2 or 3 years in relation to Argentina? How much equipment, or what can you tell us?
I can tell you that we are looking now at projection and not thinking about it in terms of technology. I'd like to put it in 4 tiers. Technology, frac fleets, equipment, tools that can withstand the pressures, the mud weight to reach drilling deeper or longer wells that will always, definitely, that will always be there. Because it's our DNA. But there are 3 more things that are added. Digitalization. It's important to gather data and that we can give ownership to that data. Give it an interpretation. SLB offers digitalization. The next one is integration. As I mentioned recently, it's not just having the technology and not just having the data, but knowing within our knowledge structure as SLB and the client that that data can move from one place to another organically. That they be there. And the other one is collaboration, which here basically is what we're doing today. Making ourselves known, what we can do. I welcome that we can have these events where we do a lot of networking, we collaborate and help each other. It's an industry that hasn't had that push, or the first push we could say, in the industry itself. So Unconventional isn't giving that opportunity. Vaca Muerta isn't giving that opportunity to get to know each other. And what does that mean? Well, talking in strategies. What we can do 5 years from now, what we can do 10 years from now. What does NNG mean, given that we know each other more in the oil and gas part in regular drilling? Frac equipment will be coming next year in commitment with the contracts we have. In directional drilling, we're changing the technology to more robust tools that can withstand temperatures above 150 degrees Celsius, and that can withstand the mud weight we have today. And also, even as I just mentioned, with the muds and with the chemical products, in order to be more efficient in that value chain.
Very good. I also invite you, as we heard earlier from the operators, that the challenges are shared, for you too, across many fronts, across many business units. And what's interesting is that you can discuss or talk about which of those challenges might have joint solutions, for which those challenges might be able to pool demand and be a greater motivation for suppliers who might have the need or the intention to invest and generate some solutions in that regard. Well, thank you very much. We bring this panel to a close. We invite you to stay because we'll continue with new collaborations.
Thank you. It's been a really interesting panel. I have something to tell you. For example, have you downloaded the 7th app? Some of you already have. If you came to the previous event, you surely have it on your devices. It's a good way to make contacts among all the attendees. You can also manage your own networks. You can fill out your profile really well, right? So that, of course, you leave here with contacts, with the chance to meet other industry leaders. We're going into the second part of the strategy, the real execution. We continue in this second part, under this same theme, of course. We welcome Gerardo Molinaro, VP Land Drilling, DLS. Let's welcome him, please. Also, how are you? Welcome. How are you? Walter Paris, Executive Director of Services at PCOM. Come on in, take a seat. Leopoldo Torres, Supply Contracting Director at TechInt E&C. Welcome. Please come in. How are you? And moderating this panel, Ezekiel Coufret, Energy Correspondent. Thank you all very much. Welcome, Ezekiel. It's all yours.
Well, honestly, a wonderful day. Seeing the whole supplier chain with a great challenge ahead of us. The truth is that Vaca Muerta has already moved past the planning phase, the thinking phase, into the execution phase. And the different suppliers that we have today, excellent guests joining the panel like TechInt, DLS, and PCOM, have a great challenge ahead to be able to fulfill this execution phase itself. So let's go to Tenaris, Leopoldo. A great challenge ahead. How do you see it from your point of view? Being a company that does world-class projects in Argentina, with several concurrent projects today, how do you see the supplier chain? How are you preparing to be able to face this challenge?
Good morning, everyone, fellow panelists as well. It's TechInt Engineering and Construction, part of the TechInt group. As you rightly say, today Vaca Muerta is it's a reality. It has become a play of global interest for the world given its geological competitiveness characteristics. So much so that today the challenge is not about the resource, but about extraction, transport, and eventually the export of both gas and oil. And those are the infrastructure works that today the market is undertaking or about to undertake. In the context of a challenging reality like Argentina, where we have some macro competitiveness conditions that are perhaps not so good, we also rank in global competitiveness indices due to some distortive fiscal issues or some issues with difficulty accessing credit. We may be good in business quality, we're good in energy costs, and in other areas we're falling quite behind. As Willie said a couple of panels ago, the group has a school. It has an educational gene that is essentially composed of the ProPME program. It's a program that has been around for 23 years, which in a way connects large companies with SMEs, building a bridge not only at an educational level, but also in terms of financing. It organizes some missions and trips to learn about other global solutions that allow us to see what's happening in the world so that our value chain can be strengthened. At Techint Engineering and Construction, we have the habit of developing projects simultaneously, both in Argentina and globally. As of today, we're finishing the BMOS. We're doing the CPF of Los Toldos. We're working on duplicating too. But we're also doing a very large series in Mexico for the group, and revamping a series in the United States, making water pumping systems for sustainable mining in Chile with reverse osmosis desalination technology. That means we're in the habit of working under pressure and with some level of project multiplicity in some more competitive environments than others, and, well, with capabilities that today we basically sum up as being able to orchestrate a project. A project can have 100, 200, 700, 1,000 suppliers, like the case of 14 de Piedra, 700 suppliers, like the case of Los Toldos. And for a supplier to reach one of these projects, and for the project to succeed, you have to help them get to the project. You have to find a fit in terms of their capabilities, not just their execution capabilities, but also being able to secure guarantees to be able to sustain performance throughout the project. Orchestration for us is a very novel concept because it's not just about doing, but about trying to maintain balance across that whole ecosystem so that the project comes to fruition. For that, we bring in technologies. Technologies like artificial intelligence. Well, obviously Ariba is a market practice. But Zap Filas, several automation and supplier acquisition agents, we have to move fast. We're not a company that's going to be on a project for 30 years. We arrive, we do it, and move on to the next one. So this whole process has to be carried out very quickly and effectively, sustainably, so that our suppliers can then sequentially keep accompanying us to the next projects. And within the Propios program, we're very careful that the companies we help grow organically and in an orderly way. As an example, maybe a hauler has 2 or 3 vans, and when we call them for a project, they end up with 10 or 15 and have a small staff structure, have some level of debt, and maybe weren't prepared before to take on that kind of commitment. So it's important, besides assigning them the project and paying them, to train them so that afterward, that company size that remains after the project is sustainable for these business people.
They've been building that whole value chain so that when it's their turn to compete in a world-class project, you have the supplier network ready.
Today, we're truly seeing world-class projects, out of scale for the Argentine market. When we talk about Argentina, Engie is a project that exceeds the scales. And it also occurs in a context where there are other vertical growths in the Argentine market, such as large mining, lithium mining, and eventually the fertilizer industry, which will also compete for the resource. So we believe that it is very important to boost the growth chain, promote and encourage all suppliers or contractors to complement their capabilities, perhaps with suppliers from abroad. There are suppliers from Chile, Mexico, Peru, Ecuador who contact us and ask us with some caution because in the Argentine context, coming to do business requires certain precautions. But we're becoming the focus of attention for many suppliers maybe also small, medium, or some very large ones looking to partner with us, and we're already seeing successful examples of complementarity between local suppliers and foreign suppliers.
Very interesting. Gerardo from DLS, a service that's currently in focus, drilling, a great challenge. We'll have to fill up the VMOS soon. How is the value chain supporting you in this very particular service? Drilling in Vaca Muerta. How is DLS preparing for that challenge?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we're absolutely prepared for what's coming. I think, as Walter and Marcelo said in the first panel, this is what we've dreamed of for the last 15 years. Each of us who are in this industry, at least me for 15 years now, when I came into this industry, this is what I dreamed of. And we're living the dream we imagined. In a way where all the plans we made, all the budgets we drew up, turned out very differently, and the implementation is being much more dizzying than we imagined. But I think all of us in this industry, and all of us who have a leadership position in this industry, are living the moment we always wanted to live. And that's what we prepared for. Maybe it's not the ideal moment. Maybe Argentina doesn't have all the macro capabilities either, as Leopoldo pointed out earlier, but we're in a process. And in Argentina, we know that perfection doesn't exist and that we always try to adapt. But I think all of us in this industry know that this is a huge opportunity. At DLS, we've prepared absolutely for this moment. As I was telling you, for 15 years, we knew this moment would come, and I think we've also prepared with the value chain. DLS is a company with a Norwegian shareholder, Archer, but it's 100% local management, 100% reinvestment of profits in Argentina, 100% local financing, so we do extensive development of local suppliers, and we do integration, which is a word that maybe in the industry is now being heard more. It wasn't so common before, but we try to integrate. Each of us has different capabilities, and nobody has all the resources to face this level of growth we're experiencing and that we're going to keep having in the coming years. So there's no other way but to integrate. Each one is good at different things, and you have to look for complementarity, and that's what we look for at DLS. To complement each other, capitalize on opportunities, and capitalize on this moment of growth we prepared for.
And the supplier network that supports you?
The supplier network supports us absolutely. Obviously, adjustments had to be made. We're growing at 40% a year. 3 new rigs in practically 6 months. We have 3 super high-spec rigs. We used to have high-spec rigs. We brought in 3 super high-spec rigs. We plan to add 4 more rigs next year. That's our goal. And the supplier network has largely kept up, and we largely had to expand it. Bringing 3 super high-spec rigs to Argentina in less than 6 months. It meant 2 of our teams in Houston working for 6 months, bringing in new technologies, training ourselves for what's coming. We know technological evolution is key, and that's what we're betting on. And I think we're prepared both from the point of view of the company itself, DLS Archer, and from the point of view of the value chain with our suppliers.
Good, good. Well, Walter, welcome. PCOM, a traditional engineering company that knows the oil industry's services very well. How are you preparing for this challenge of moving from the planning phase to execution? Of course, Vaca Muerta needs experienced companies. How has PECOM been preparing?
Well, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. The truth is, well, as my colleagues were saying, we have been preparing for quite some time now with concrete actions for the last 2 years. And we are working hard for all our unconventional clients. From the side of both services, engineering, constructions, we are very focused on people. Not only training the staff, but identifying what are those differences, those gaps we have in terms of the specialties we require within the site and activities where we see that something you mentioned about resources and human resources, where it's necessary to identify in the differences we detect what the person lacks to evaluate and give them a personalized course. We've had typical cases where someone comes in and finds it difficult to identify common variables like pressure, temperature, and key things in the positions where the operational staff are. We've been making that kind of change, and regarding the scalability that may come, in PCOM we have had cycles of more than 8,000 people, 9,000 people. Currently we have 4,000. We have no trouble multiplying and growing 2-3x with the resources we have. And at the same time, we're also exploring with our whole range of suppliers, especially in Nuken and with the chambers. In some bids, we've already started to present ourselves with a UTE, which also lets us strengthen ourselves in areas where we don't have expertise. So on our side, where we are specialists, experts, and we've been working on the services side, as you know, we have our mechanical pump factory. We also offer a wide range in everything related to artificial lift, our development of chemical products. We've had a chemical products factory for many years in the industry. Currently, we're strengthening our R&D area in Nuken, because in Nuken we see that it's going to be the sector that will need the most specialized instruments and equipment. So we're betting on all that growth. Regarding technology and machinery, as Gerardo mentioned about El Boldo, we're increasing our fleet of machines too, to be able to offer that scalability we're all expecting to happen.
I'll take a word you said, multiply 2-3x scalability. And there's a challenge for suppliers, particularly your companies, which are first tier and have a great challenge to help make Vaca Muerta a reality. Based on that, I ask you, Leopoldo, surely many operators are looking at which companies can take on the challenge of doing 2 or 3 simultaneous world-class projects at the same time, like we see with the CESA or the pipelines that are coming. How is Tekken preparing? How do you see, from Tekken, Argentina's ability to multiply or take on the challenge of 2 or 3 world-class projects? Because although Argentina has had very important projects, not simultaneously, here there's a convergence of 3 or 4 projects that will challenge the structure. And well, you have a lot of experience. How do you see from Techint, the supplier network, Argentina, the challenge that might be coming?
Look, more than as a challenge, I'm going to answer by giving a bit of history. The group has 80 years in Argentina doing major projects. We've done most of the pipeline infrastructure projects in Argentina. Simultaneously, sequentially, and more recently, we built a refinery, the largest refinery in Mexico, the Dos Bocas refinery. We carried out a partial execution of that refinery while doing the 2 water pumping and desalination projects in Chile. And we were also executing the gas and oil transport projects here in Argentina. That means the capacity to grow, to scale up. We can scale up easily on projects up to 8,000 people. We have the practice of doing it. We have an international network where we can complement capabilities. A network of 60,000 suppliers globally that we can contact through the ProPIMES program or in one-on-one meetings at the project level when local capabilities are needed. The group has a great training team. We have 3 technical schools, 1 in Mexico, 1 in Argentina, and another in Brazil, and a 4th under construction in Mexico, the Roberto Roca Technical Schools. Bringing talent into the group happens through young professional programs. Really training and retaining resources is for us a way of working. Maybe these projects we're specifically talking about now when we talk about energi are very big projects. Projects that need a lot of care because maybe the resources are de-risked, but you also have to pay attention to de-risking execution capabilities so the project gets done, finished on time, and without surprises. So when we talk about 80 years of project execution in Argentina, a lot of things have happened in those 80 years. Good things, bad things. We've seen different challenges that we've been able to overcome, but the projects are there and can be seen. So we're prepared because we've done it. It's true that this is a special moment because I agree with what my colleagues say, what we're seeing now in Argentina in terms of size. McKinsey talks about around $125 billion to finance the whole upstream, midstream, downstream chain, and close to $20 billion just for midstream, in a context of credit restriction, like the Argentine one with some level of political instability and low competitiveness ranking. It's challenging. And there, I do want to stress that today, besides sustainability for Techint itself, the important thing is to seek competitiveness. Not just for us, we've done it through the incorporation of technologies and linear projects such as double joint plants, automatic welding machines, cargo drones, and I could mention several more. Also the incorporation of technology into management itself. But also into our value chain. Starting early dialogues with those who will be our partners. Because we don't really talk about suppliers and contractors, but partners. Because we go sequentially from project to project, together with the recurrence rate close to 40%, and we want more. Willie said a moment ago, 95% of purchases are from Argentine companies. But we need to talk before projects start to see where the gaps in technology, knowledge are, or whether you'll go find them or we'll go together. Because undoubtedly the challenge we have ahead, while it's doable, it's big.
Interesting. Gerardo, how are we preparing to multiply by 2 or 3? You mentioned just now that the company has plans to add 3 rigs going forward. Are you considering strategic alliances with any supplier to gain scalability quickly? What is the company looking at in that regard?
Well, as I told you, We're bringing in 3 rigs now over 6 months, and the plan is to add 4 more rigs. At the beginning of this year, we made 2 important moves. One was exiting Golfo San Jorge. We sold the company and sold the entire conventional Golfo San Jorge operation to focus on Vaca Muerta. 100% of DLS Archer's resources today are focused on Vaca Muerta. At the same time, within 30 days, we made a second transaction, which was an alliance with Patterson UTI. Patterson is one of the biggest drillers in the Permian. The 3 drilling contractors, the 2 that have already arrived in Vaca Muerta, plus the 3rd arriving at year end, we're doing them in an integration with Patterson. As I said at the start, this is a market of a size and speed that will demand a lot of creativity in integration, which will require us to promote Argentina, promote the field, promote market scalability to attract these integration opportunities. We're not alone in the world. In the world, we compete. Last year, Vaca Muerta was already becoming a reality from the point of view of speed. Earlier this year, Venezuela appeared on the world stage to compete as a big demander of rigs. Today, it's a reality. We're competing head-to-head with Venezuela in terms of demand for drilling rigs. And we have to be there. We have to promote Argentina. We have to promote the field. At DLS Archer, we're convinced that despite the different macro circumstances Argentina has to live through, Argentina has taken sustainable steps to be able to carry this forward. And today, it's about implementing and executing, but intelligently, looking for ways to integrate with the world and with other companies that can complement us in terms of resources. Alone, it will be impossible.
Integration to gain scalability. How do you see that concept, Walter, for PECOM?
It's fundamental. I agree 100%. I mean, if we can't integrate within everything that is the unconventional environment of Vaca Muerta, it's unlikely that there will be a single company capable of providing the full range of services and R&D that were just mentioned regarding the needs that will arise. We've been exploring several different models when it comes to integrating with suppliers, from the most extreme we've done, from sitting them down within our facilities, giving them corporate emails, and it gives very good results. It gives very good results because we all feel part of the same project. And as part of that project, we're all heading toward the same goal. Along those lines, this idea that we compete in the world, and also it happens to us, we compete for the resources we have within the same corporation. We don't only have Vaca Muerta, we're also regionalized. We have operations in Brazil, in Colombia, and as mentioned about Venezuela too, they're demanding activities there as well. And while today all those projects we weigh in the balance, and obviously our priority is Vaca Muerta because of proximity, because of our infrastructure, because of our resources on the ground. Currently, just in Argentina, we have around 27 operating bases, 6 of which are in Vaca Muerta. So the resources are there for that growth and integration that's needed.
Very interesting. Well, I think as a closing message, we have to highlight that first-tier companies. There are many second and third-tier suppliers here today, too. I think the message that the challenge for companies is to integrate, to gain scalability is very important. I think it's part of the strategy one should look at to take on this challenge, which isn't just Vaca Muerta. But as Leo said, there's also mining. There will also be challenges in refining, in the pipelines that are coming for producing fertilizers. There's a great challenge that we must look at and prepare for when that moment comes. So, well, thank you very much, and let's prepare ourselves. Thanks.
More than an interesting panel. Thank you very much. A pleasure to have you. You remember I had mentioned the app that many of you probably have on your phones. Well, I've just been told something you'll be very interested in, which is that at the end of each of the panels you'll receive, if you download the 7th app, a summary of everything discussed in the panels. So that will surely be more than interesting for each of you. We have the chance to continue with a spotlight session dedicated to artificial intelligence and digitalization. I invite Walter Abrigo, General Director of Santex, to come up on stage, who will be talking with Nicholas Gandini. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Please, thank you.
All right. Did you mute it? It's a pleasure to get started. This is the first time we have the chance to talk with Walter. I was saying at the beginning that Vaca Muerta has different dimensions and different speeds. There's a more utopian dimension, more of a dream, more of the epic of building something that can change the face of Argentina strongly for the next 15, 20, 30, or even 40 years. And there's the day-to-day, which is how do I manage costs, efficiency, how do I play on a field defined by an external actor, like the public sector, which sets the exchange rate, sets inflation, economic policy. And then you have another dimension that has to run at the same time, which is the technological one, which is how this very different paradigm, where technology is changing the daily way we live, can be implemented and applied to each company. Many of you have executive responsibilities in service companies, SMEs, etc. And often there's no physical time to say, I need someone to present me a project, or to sit down and think about how I can do better what I'm already doing with artificial intelligence, with digitalization, with digital solutions. So, first question, Walter, thanking you for being here is, first, beyond the agenda, you're in a sector that is very challenging, like artificial intelligence, in that when you stand still, the train passes and doesn't warn you, so to speak. It's pretty wild, to put it that way, on that front. Do you see any parallelism with Vaca Muerta right now, or not?
Thank you, Nico. Thank you for the invitation. Well, let me briefly tell you. Santex is a company with Argentine capital. We're two partners, one from Cordoba, one from Chaco. It was born in San Diego, California, and until 3 years ago, our market was the United States, Canada, and Europe. And for the past 3 years, we've been in Argentina. Software development, integration with other technologies, and change management for implementing artificial intelligence in production processes. And there's a huge parallelism. We're an SME, a mid-size company. There's a huge parallel. Vaca Muerta is roughly 10 years. And for us, it started 4 years ago in August with the appearance of ChatGPT. I mean, there's a lot of parallelisms, a growing market like Vaca Muerta's, and an increase in productivity and pressure from clients. I don't know if you have it, but in a growing market, you surely will have pressure to lower prices or do more for the same price, because with artificial intelligence, the productivity of our industry grows 3 to 7 times. It's not a promise, it's already happening. So, that pressure from clients we started feeling 2 or 3 years ago. And honestly, at one point it was like, I have to do it now so I don't get left out of this discussion. So the question isn't whether an SME will incorporate technology or not. I think that question is already behind us. But where to start? I mean, we all have many manual processes, little traceability. Too many decisions that depend on a single person or a few people who have experience, and we really live that at Santex. Today the question would be, I can't wait for a client to set the standards for me to use artificial intelligence. If I don't use it in my development processes, that client will replace me with another provider. I imagine the same. Maybe today technology isn't in the top priority of an operator, I don't know. But by the time it arrives, surely another competitor, another competing SME, will have surpassed me.
What you're saying is great because, in a way, it's a more honest conversation about the potential artificial intelligence has, since it always seems like it's out in the stratosphere, that everything is artificial intelligence and everything will be solved in the future. And what you're saying is to start with more concrete cases. I mean, there's no other option. We have to start. We had prepared a series of concrete examples to say, if you're SME, if you're a company in, the oil industry can be a bit confusing. It can be an SME, but it's an SME that has 600 employees, that has a massive billing that requires administrative resources. That company is very complex and lots of people, and sometimes you didn't pay an invoice, didn't enter a purchase order, and ended up 30 days late without getting paid because you were late. How can you optimize or add value in that kind of example?
I want to stress that in a market growing at these speeds, whoever doesn't adapt gets left behind. It's not like until recently we only had financial problems. We had to manage financial problems. This situation puts us in a different situation. Just as you say about a company, one example is billing, right away.
We're seeing it here on screen. Look.
The previous one, the previous video. This is about logistics, which we'll see later if you can put on the previous one, if you're listening.
Yes, we will switch it now, and if not, there it is. Yes.
Specifically, a company today receives through different channels, via WhatsApp, via email, different orders. Today, the demand, information. Today, this is a food client with over 800 employees. So here in a chain of, it belongs to the transport chain of an important agro-export company. All these systems interact and they allow decisions to be made. For example, in this case, most of the decisions, the agent solved it by itself, but some others it didn't.
This is an agent that is solving. You get emails, WhatsApp, hundreds of emails every day, and this is an agent that is solving this whole process on its own.
Right. About 8 out of 10 it can solve alone with certain logic and learning that you generate in the operation. And there are 2 that it sends to an operator and it ends up solving them. The point is that an SME can do this without buying a specific system, without developing. And the payback periods, as we were seeing on the previous slide, are under 1 year. That is, we're at a stage where technology allows. Before, only large corporations could afford deploying CRMs, systems, and so on to do these things. Today, small investments with short payback periods allow deploying these things in SMEs.
Same thing, we actually started seeing it in the previous video. Logistics is a central issue. We'll talk about it after the coffee break. The logistics of critical supplies. There's a challenge, especially because infrastructure in Argentina doesn't move at the speed that the size of Vaca Muerta requires, or that Vaca Muerta could grow to require. There too, there are opportunities for implementing digital solutions, artificial intelligence. I don't know if we can also show it or if you can explain.
It was the video we had trouble with, the video with issues. Here, for example, is a company that distributes things and receives. The question would be, if you have trucks running, transporting, carrying things back and forth, is it worth knowing the impact on maintenance if it takes a certain route or not? With the existing information from a client, an SME, this was developed. It receives orders, finds drivers, but not only that, also in the case of this client, an agro-exporter, it's important to have full traceability of the product being carried. And so the impact on the carbon footprint isn't the same if it takes one route versus another, for example. The important thing here is that it's always a combination. With agents working only with the information you have, it's not rocket science. If you have a lot of Excel spreadsheets, for example, this works. Of course, you have to do some internal organizing, but it works.
That's what I was going to ask. You work with Excel or WhatsApp, like the example you showed. You can combine that and plug it into an agent. I say it out loud, and it seems like there's a complex bridge there.
Of course, it's a process. That's why the change management area of the company exists. Because it's a process that requires a mindset shift. For example, in the 90s or the 2000s, you wouldn't have imagined a manager who didn't know how to use Excel. Today you have to know Slack and so on. Well, today, the ability to be operating with an agent autonomously is a necessary condition for certain positions in a company. So, developing these agents that solve common situations means not everyone ends up inside cloud, inside GPT, solving things individually, and so on. This allows scaling the deployment of agents. Deploying agents allows scaling solutions that repeat within the company. On the payment side, the invoicing process has a cost, up to 80%. This data is from McKinsey from about a month ago. 80% of the invoicing process cost gets reduced. That's the kind of impact. And in transport, up to 50% in maintenance costs. That's a result of keeping the fleet up to date.
Do you have that measured for the example you just showed? That company that works in logistics for an agro-exporter? A 50% in time, in fuel. Do you have that measured somehow?
The thing is, there's so much lack of awareness. If you as a company that develops this don't commit to an ROI with the client because it's all new. So I imagine a scenario next year, I'm positive about it, with other rates, where we have the ability to invest differently or with other costs, this is going to explode. But until that happens, all the effort, it's not the same American market. The American market is 4 years ahead, so it already asks for concrete things. In Argentina, we still have to make an effort, and that effort we're making.
By committing to ROI, based on the investment you... Walter, I find what you said really interesting there. Vaca Muerta is often compared to Permian, which is a shale basin in the United States, and a benchmark is made of where we're doing well, where we're doing badly, which input, whether it's the directional equipment, whether we need to lower it here or there. When you look at this and say you have 4 years more in the American market, what does that mean for Argentina? You have to work hard to reach that standard. Can it be done in a relatively short time? Technology also keeps improving. How would you define it?
I think for the rest of the industry in Argentina, I don't believe it, because it's a personal opinion about our culture. But in this case, in the case of Vaca Muerta, where if you don't do it, there's a chance someone bigger buys you, or someone else comes in, or suppliers develop from scratch with all these technologies and become more efficient and can deliver more services at a lower price, this is going to be a process that accelerates in this industry. Yes, I do trust it's going to accelerate.
And you were saying, to start wrapping up and pinpointing some key points, this pays for itself in a year. The payback period is very short. The particularity of the companies in the value chain, the service companies that are the buffer, often they're a shock absorber between what the operator asks or demands of you, which is efficiency, costs, depending on what stage the industry is in, whether oil prices are higher, whether they're lower, whether the dollar has fallen behind or not. And often from below you have this stakeholder, unions, where it's hard to negotiate productivity. So when you have someone at a service company who could tell you, I need to really understand in my pocket how this affects my investment, what can be said about that?
The understanding is that today, this is the tool that will let you scale without your fixed costs growing in the same proportion. You have twice as many trucks, or carry twice as much sand or whatever, because the industry you're supporting demands double. In a traditional operation, it's likely, if you go from 10 invoices to 100 invoices, you'll add 2 more people in administration. This whole agent thing gets us to that logic at the first level. The second level is in the integration of information. In this client's case, we brought 2 client cases so you can see there's an invoice held up over a 15,000 peso difference.
Incredible.
Here it gets held up, but an advisor is quickly notified. So an advisor, instead of going through the whole chain of emails or WhatsApp and so on, only handles what actually needs attention. I mean, there are certain costs in the SME industry. I say this as part of a mid-sized company that you treat as a sunk cost. And nothing happens if the market is a bit quiet. When competition starts picking up, you have to pay attention, start. Where are those kinds of costs? If a truck is delayed, if maintenance isn't done on time or is done excessively, how does that affect costs in the case of logistics? I brought 2 cases, logistics and billing, because in a way,
Yes, because they're everyday things. And it really must be an issue that cuts across most of the people present here. Let me ask one last thing. How to take a first step. If I work with email, I work with WhatsApp, I work with different platforms, how do I do it? To know that I'm ready to take this on. I don't know if that's the moment that scares you. It's like, I get 44 million emails or such and such WhatsApp messages. How do you organize to say, oh, I'm ready to start? What message would you give there?
the whole focus of this is reducing unit costs or increasing sales. There's no other, it's not like makeup. It has to go in that direction. So, one recommendation is to start wherever we see the most problems in our daily routine. What are the most important and highest impact problems? What are the things that most frustrate us? Basically, say the greatest impact. If a purchase order gets misplaced, falls out of the process, and until you find it, you have a financial cost from that because payments get delayed and so on. It's important to first realize where I have that kind of problem. Before bringing in technology, before bringing in a consultant, be aware we have a mess. Or I perceive. If you've been working in this for 20 years, you know otherwise your company wouldn't have gotten this far. So it's kind of that first above all, be clear about where I perceive that. Once I perceive it, someone can help you deploy agents with the tools you already have. With what you have. It's not that you need to go out and buy anything extraordinary.
I really thank you, Walter, because you're a success story of a local company or of Argentine leaders who went and made a place for themselves in a fiercely competitive environment like the technological development of the United States. And today, they're based in San Diego. And there aren't many companies like that, unfortunately. In the last 25 years, Argentina hasn't exactly had a trend of competing, of exporting. The ones who managed to gain footing achieved it with strength, with a lot of will, and with brains. And I think that just as the energy and oil industry moves very fast for the development of Vaca Muerta, we all need to understand which are the entry channels. So truly, it's a pleasure that you came.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry about the videos that got mixed up.
No, these things happen. These things happen.
It's time for the coffee break, so we invite you, please. And afterward, you'll hear from me again when I invite you back. Thank you very much. Enjoy it. Thank you so much. Shortly, I'll keep telling you other ways to communicate so you can find out about absolutely everything that's happening here. We also know that in the White Hall there are a lot of people too, out on the terrace. And we were saying, we hope you had a good time at the coffee break. There are always tasty things. I've been told there are some very, very tasty things. In 2025, as you know, Econojournal, together with Svant, took an important step. For the first time, we measured the greenhouse gas emissions generated by all our events. That's surely why they were commenting a lot on the questionnaires and questions you were asked. This year, we renew that commitment, and we're working again with Svant to measure the emissions of all events throughout 2026 and keep moving forward on concrete actions in mitigation and offsetting. Because what gets measured can be managed.
Welcome to Svant, the software developed to quantify, manage, and report the greenhouse gas emissions of organizations. One software, 3 ways to apply it. With Svant, structure your emissions inventory for scopes 1, 2, and 3. Centralized information, organized emission sources, and reports aligned with international standards. With Svant Lite, simulate projects and compare alternatives in terms of cost and emissions. Turn data, investments, and environmental performance into clear information for making strategic decisions. With Versa, measure the emissions of your events. Record data on participants and the organization. Access a full report with information and associated emissions. The future requires action. With Svant, start making sustainable decisions today. Svant, measure and act.
Each and every one of you. The next panel. What's going on with all this laughing? It's a little joke I make to lighten the mood a bit. Even though these topics come with a spectacular dynamic, strategic segments, sand and logistics. I invite Maximiliano Corbella, Commercial Director of Delta Arenas, to the stage. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. We're already changing the panels. Gustavo Maluendes, Vice President, Cristamine. Also Juan Cruz Lopez, President, Transporte Pedusi. We also welcome Gonzalo Siciliano, Energy and Mining Manager at Andreani, and moderating this panel, Nicolas Gandini.
Let's start the second part of the event, hoping to close with Horatio, with Marin. By the end of the first part, it became quite clear that Vaca Muerta is a very well-launched project. Its positive momentum is very clear. But there are different bottlenecks that, as a country, we haven't been able to solve. One of them is logistics. There are critical inputs. There's a lot of talk about sand. What we want, in some way, is to try to pin down what the challenges are of each one of those bottlenecks. Because otherwise it seems too broad, and the idea is to bring it down to earth and see what concrete actions can be taken based on the diagnosis each of you will make. I'm going to start from right to left. Let's see, Max, from Delta. You've been a sand producer for a while now. Vaca Muerta faces the challenge of going north of Neuquén. Across the whole country, there are infrastructure bottlenecks. North of Neuquén, it's very clear because you've got gravel roads and so on. If you had to give a diagnosis of how complex the situation is to get to Los Toldos, Rincón de Aranda, La Escalonada, new areas that in the next 2-3 years are going to contribute a good part of the new crude production coming online, what would you say in that case?
Well, Nico, thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, part of the challenge is getting there via the road that connects La Pampa with Rincón de los Sauces, so all the sand that today has to be shipped from Buenos Aires has to go all the way to Añelo and then head up. With everything that entails taking the sand to Rincón and coming back, that adds about 200 more kilometers to logistics, which has really strained efficiency. But ultimately, let me go a bit further back and tell you that we've been producing sand for the industry for 10 years, working with all the operators, and today in particular, all the conversations we have with all our clients are focused on delivering the quality of sand needed at the location and the volume required so that the fracturing crew doesn't stop for a second at the best possible price. All the objectives and projects that we're carrying out at Delta Arenas today are oriented toward our client's objective, which is reducing well cost. So today we're expanding capacity in Entre Rios, we're expanding capacity in river sand, we're setting up a river sand classification plant in Campana, and we have a local sand plant in Rio Negro that processes sand that's much closer to the wells. We also deliver sand in Añelo, and this new depot we're about to open soon in Rincón, in the Rincón Industrial Park, is a 4,000 square meter covered depot that will bring the sand closer to our clients so that ultimately a truck doesn't have to make one trip a day to fetch sand in Añelo and come back. But the short answer would be road infrastructure. They're starting to talk between Neuquén and Rio Negro about building that route up top. And then ultimately, once the sand arrives near Añelo, how do you decompress the mid-range and last mile stretch? Because today, the bottleneck we're starting to see is a lot of congestion at the plants. Before, a truck made 6 trips a month to Buenos Aires, and today that's already being reduced because trucks wait a long time in Añelo. But I'd go in that direction.
If you're going to run next year with YPF, which will have 4 more drilling rigs, that's going to require new fracturing stages, much more significant volume of stages. That's going to force you to take the curves faster than you're taking them today. How do you make sure that those curves, which you're going to take faster, where it would make sense to slow down since the curve could flip me over if I come in too fast and with more weight? How do you make sure Vaca Muerta's expansion doesn't cause a loss of efficiency, or that it causes inefficiency?
We have to tackle the issue now, Nico. I mean, today there are about 3,000, 4,000 trucks. I'm talking about what will be strained, which is from when we produce the sand until it reaches Neuquén and gets to the wells or Rio Negro, right? The middle stretch, I think, today is the one that's strained and will keep being strained because, as was mentioned in earlier panels, the train is a long way off. The boat is still being studied, but today it's still more expensive to send it by boat than by trucks. So we're planning that in 4 or 5 years, activity will double and 700, 800 trucks per year will keep getting added, and that will be the big strain. I mean, adding that up and with our clients starting to talk about it, because we talk to all the clients, and if you add up everyone's development plans separately, then we say, it seems like it's a pie that needs to be tackled together and with time. I mean, sitting down and planning, and by working together, we're confident we're going to reach the best efficiency.
We're at the point where, and Maxi already just gave you some context, a first description. You at Cristamina are a historic producer of sand inputs for different industries. In recent years, you shaped your course around the development of Vaca Muerta and strongly supported that development, even with side developments in plants. Thinking about fuels too. So, you're always thinking outside the box. Do you agree with what Maxi said? Would you add an additional description?
Yes, well, good morning, everyone. First of all, Cristamina is a mining company. We're not a company that develops sand specifically for Vaca Muerta. We've supplied the glass industry since 1958 with special sands, and in 2009, when Repsol still existed in Argentina, they brought us in to work with them to develop what became the National Sands Project. From that point of view, since we're a mining company, we always say we need to have the deposits. So within the supply chain, we spent many years focused on having the best deposits to supply the best product quality. When we talk about deposits, we focus on the 3 grades of sand that exist. We've talked about this before, and it's good to recall it. Let's talk about, the industry talks about 3 sand grades. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. When we drill down into Tier 1 and Tier 2, we're talking about sands from the Paraná Basin, and there we focus on highlighting the difference that Maxi just mentioned as well. They say 70-80% of Vaca Muerta's consumption is Entre Rios. And actually, it's wrong to say it's Entre Rios because of that. 80%, I dare say half, is river origin sand that's actually loaded on this side in Buenos Aires. So it never touches Entre Rios soil. So it's wrong to say that 80% is Entre Rios. We could say it's from the Paraná Basin. Tier 1 sand, quarry sand, the best quality from a geological and production standpoint. Turbidity, best roundness, and a grain size that's the current trend, which is closer to mesh 100. I don't want to get too technical, but that's a bit where the industry is heading, toward finer meshes. Tier 2 are river origin sands, and finally Tier 3 sands, which we also have, which are what we call nearby sands. We call tiers 1 and 2 far sands because they have to travel between 1,200 and 1,300 kilometers. And Tier 3, the nearby sand that we have in Rio Negro. And we also supply there with different blends to different operators. That's the big picture. When we started working and growing, we realized we couldn't just stay in our own safe space. And we started analyzing the whole supply chain from when we extract the product until it reaches the blender. And about 3 years ago, we developed with the people from the USA, from Philomar and SPS in the United States, and we brought in the first 2 last mile fracturing sets for wet sand. These units, which are cutting edge technology, we always say we have a great opportunity to always have a window into the future of what they're doing at Permian. And, well, we decided to accelerate the learning curve, invest alongside the people from TSB, who supported us from moment zero in this new project, to migrate our whole production chain to wet sand, right up to the blender. A brief story. When we looked at the supply chain, we used to say, I dry the product, and right before it enters the blender, they wet it again. So I'm drying it, then I dry it, and then I wet it. That generates a lot of efficiencies in the logistics chain and in the supply chain. I'll make the formal announcement. The 3rd Word Sand Argentina unit is coming in at the end of this month, and in November or December, the other 2 will arrive. So we'll have in Argentina, in a bit of an alliance with the TSB people, 5 last mile units for wet sand, We believe that's the future. That will bring down the costs clients are asking us so much for, and it will generate efficiencies. And on the other hand, the logistics hubs, we call them sand hubs. Sand hubs we divide Vaca Muerta into Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 sand. We also divide Vaca Muerta into 3 different hubs, south, center, and north. We have our hub that we opened in 2014, I think 2015. We were the first to dry basin sand. That's a transload facility that supplies Vaca Muerta's southern zone. We're about to open the central zone hub in Añelo in November. And we have, in partnership with a local company in Rincon de los Sauces, our transload facility there too, which acts as a buffer that brings us closer, so the last mile is more efficient. These buffers hold between 20,000 and 35,000 tons. There's no problem here with sand production. There's no shortage of sand. We're not going to run out of sand. What there is an infrastructure and logistics problem, and that's the challenge.
Now I'll come back to that, because it's good that you spoiled a bit the core issue, which is, if you're going to go from 5 or 6 million tons to a market of 7.5 or 8, 8.5, first you clear up any doubt about whether the physical product will be there, and then see what's required. But let me bring in Juan. It's very easy for a sand conversation to turn into a talk about freight and logistics, which is where, because maybe it's a benchmark, probably on sand cost, the United States may still be a bit cheaper, but for other reasons. But on freight logistics, there's an open debate. What do you see, let's say? If you have to move things with these 500 more trucks, you at Padusi Transport are a major player. And I also want to ask you, earlier Walter from Santex was saying we need to add technology. It's not an option, it's a necessity. And he gave a whole example about traceability. How far are we from that example he showed?
Well, for 3 years, we've been talking about efficiency. We talk about efficiency, but we focused on technology and on service integration. We invested a lot in technology. We must be one of the only SMEs that has an R&D department. At one point, we found ourselves with 6 different software systems that helped us manage the operation. In operation, covering 1.5 million kilometers a month, 950 workers, and 5 surrounding cities where we operated. So what did we say? We need our own software. We built an in-house software with an R&D department, and all that benefited us hugely. We're much more efficient, and we have idle capacity to keep growing. From the video wall in the control room that operates 24 hours, I click on one of the trucks, and the same software through AI tells me who the drivers are who are certified and able to drive, and it matches them automatically to fulfill the schedules. Because you have to manage 950 trucks. All the trucks have artificial intelligence. It checks if something's off.
Something happens if he's not paying attention.
It flags shoulder driving, not using the seatbelt. The camera detects if someone picks up the phone, all that. But it's not just that data. That data is first processed with artificial intelligence and only afterwards passed on so that people make decisions in the control room. Otherwise, it's impossible to watch 300 cameras at once to see if the guy is grazing the shoulder or is on the phone. I can show you the videos. It can't be done manually. From that to developing our own fire department. So we're not only working on that, we also work a lot on technology and a lot on service integration, both upstream and downstream. I think that's what gives us the efficiency, and today we're in a position to show it off. Not to mention everything that comes with road infrastructure. Even within the group, we have Brava, which is already quoting the roads that are coming that the operators are going to pay for.
In Neuquén province, that is. Let me ask you, before bringing in Gonzalo, about the contractual model, because you might say, well, there are sectors that move a lot more trucks. Agriculture moves a lot more trucks. Today, in this industry, you have a short-term spot-type contracting model, as I understand it. Often one wonders whether a 2, 3, or 4-year contract, or whatever medium-term time frame, wouldn't let you also make or pay back investments that would let you add efficiency. But I'm not sure that's the case. Do those opportunities exist?
Well, most of the operators have master contracts, which set a model, a rate, how it will be updated, and so on. But we don't have a set volume. So we have an X, but it can change. It fluctuates. The contract defines the P, the operator defines the X. And well, with that, we go along with the ups and downs. I think it's good that there's competition. I think competition's healthy. Yes, they measure us all with the same yardstick. We're local. Remember the local buy policy. Don't forget, I think I'm the only local one here.
Afterward, we have a panel where we'll talk a lot more about that.
I think developing the industry in New Ken is good. Being local, we invest a lot in base, we invest a lot in staff training. All our people are there. And yes, we're more expensive. We're more expensive than a foreign company that doesn't have its whole local administrative hub.
Yes. Walter also said something, and now bringing in Gonzalo, that everyone has to understand what their game is, because if there's a player who's going to be very aggressive in a bid and somehow, or has a level of expectations that later it won't meet, that will lead to losing 2 years and destroying capacity that another player could have invested in to have better contracting capacity. There's a problem. It's good that this setup, I didn't arrange it, but it leaves us with Gonzalo from Andriani. You're a global player, one that crosses variables all the time. You're in every segment of the economy. You've grown, I dare say, post-pandemic in a disruptive way. I mean, I'd like to be inside an organization like that, seeing what the day-to-day is like with so much challenge and so much growth. You're the one responsible for everything that is energy development, with a focus on Vaca Muerta. What challenges do you see in terms of logistics, infrastructure, of rethinking the way we do what we do?
Let's see. I'd say today the great challenge of Vaca Muerta is logistical. Today the challenge is not geological. The geology has been proven. The challenge is not investment. The rig count also came to play an important role there. Today the challenge is, how do we make all these projects happen? So I think logistics has ended up at the center of the stage. These are different moments in the basin's development. Well, in this, logistics has a central role. If we talk about challenges, I'd think of it maybe in 3 groups. The first I'd think of as those that are structural and more associated probably with governments, we could say. We could say another group is associated with logistics operators, the transport companies. And we could think of a third that's more associated with the gas industry, maybe putting it in terms of an operator rather than a service. Obviously, what has to do with structural roads, that's already been covered in the panel. But obviously, the less road maintenance there is, the less road infrastructure capacity there is that works against efficiency, it hits direct cost. The truck goes slower, the trucks break down more, need more maintenance. So that's one of the focal challenges we have, which is fundamental. Then, in structural terms, something we've been talking about, we've discussed it more than once. Vaca Muerta's development is going to coincide with mining, particularly with copper. There's going to be very similar demand for services across the whole scale of suppliers, and particularly logistics, with the demand for the trucks that will be needed. So, well, there are more structural challenges. Some depend on national, local, provincial governments, and others on issues that have happened in Argentina that are coexisting in this process. Then what concerns us more, the logistics operators, the transport companies, has to do with being able to meet that demand, not only for trucks that measure up, but also for personnel, work teams, talent. It's not the same, a driver for agriculture or for industry in the metropolitan area versus a driver like Juan Cruz just said, who is out in the middle of the Patagonian steppe with 100-kilometer winds, or in mining at 4,000 meters of altitude, who might drive a truck with 40,000 tons through the middle of the mountain range. So there's a very big challenge there with the people.
How would you rank those? Because as this event goes on and you look around, you see someone riding a horse and you see such a natural setting. And it's true that you have to picture it. Now in winter, you'll get that cold. A lot of frozen ground, a lot of snow, drilling well, working with snow, so there's a whole challenge from the environment. How would you rank those challenges? Is it the people? Is it logistics itself? What worries you the most today?
Yes, what I'd say is, obviously the people, the talent. It's a topic that's already been present at this event and we always talk about it, but how do we manage to train people in the industry?
Are we improving or in the same place as always?
Especially in the value chain, I think what it constantly does is training people, bringing in probably people who come from the industry itself. We from logistics maybe don't have energy experience, and our focus is on training in energy. We understand that going out to find people with logistics knowledge is, for many supplier companies, impossible. They can't compete like an operator can. So I think the focus has gone into training. I think that's been improving. It's a challenge, right? Because we're going to need more people and more talent prepared for this. And then there's a challenge that's more tied to the industry, that is real, and that I think we have to put on the table, which is the digital mindset. What we were just saying, we have a cross-cutting view across many businesses, many sectors of the economy. And I think particularly in this industry, we need to have a somewhat more accelerated digital mindset because there's efficiency there.
Can you give an example exactly what you mean?
Yes, when I say digital mindset, I mean the adoption that, above all, that operators, the service companies, have of technology. I was with a client a week ago, right? We had a conversation about what the challenges were, and at one point the first thing he tells me is, "What matters most to me is the delivery note," he says. We didn't even talk about the physical challenges. And it's a piece of paper, right? Exactly. We're talking about a global company. It wasn't a small one, it wasn't tiny, and he was very focused on the paper. So there are other industries that don't even think about that anymore, especially when you have the ability to integrate it. So I think there's a very big opportunity not only for adoption, to have a somewhat more progressive view on adopting technology, but also how to integrate all the services too. Well, here we have companies with diverse services, but all of that has to be integrated on one platform. That's where you'll get efficiency. And then, for me, another point that's fundamental, that affects all of us more or less, obviously those of us who have trucks, it hits us directly, has to do with access to well sites. Sometimes it's so bureaucratic to get into a well site. Every operator, every service company asks you for a platform and asks you for documentation. So you don't have efficiency there. The truck you're going to be able to hire, or the service you're going to be able to hire, is the one that has the ability to get in. The one that's cheapest, the one that's most efficient. So I think there's work to be done there.
And obviously, no, it's great you have to break down headlines and get to these details. Ultimately, whether we're talking about a paper delivery note or not, there's a lot of work to do. I want 30 seconds to close. We were just saying, Gustavo said the sand will be there. It's not that a fracturing crew working to fill the 500,000 barrels we're looking at for 2028, 2027 is going to run out of sand. What challenge do you see, Max, briefly?
Briefly, I'll go back to logistics. The sand will be there. And then standardize a bit the sands clients use. We have half a library that uses local sand, the other half that uses premium sand. We have clients starting to cross those sands. We have to explore all the alternatives. Dry sand, well managed, is also good. It's going to play a big role too, like in Permian, where 70% of the sand used is dry sand. It makes a lot of sense not to have to transport moisture 1,200 kilometers. But I think medium and long-distance transport, we're all using the same carriers. Here we are, sand companies, YPF, Christum. We all use the same carriers, and I think that's where we need to develop the value chain. We're talking about 700, 800 trucks per year, and the only way is by contracting properly. I think the operators need to give us a hand in that regard by giving us their drilling schedules and timelines and getting together with us to work out how we're going to get the sand from the points where we produce it to the points of use.
Well, Gustavo?
Maybe a figure that helps understand the magnitude of the logistical complexity involved in moving sand. I'll give rough numbers, but so you understand. Moving 100,000 tons of sand, 1,300 kilometers, which is a FAR sand, remember? Tier 1, Tier 2, that's 500 trucks. Not 500 trips, 500 units with their corresponding drivers. Moving a Tier 3 sand, which is a nearby sand, to move that same 100,000 tons is 100 trucks. It's a fifth. So, if we manage to make the blends like we're doing with several operators, and we manage to include in that whole ecosystem the Tier 3 sands too, of course, as Maxie says, I agree. There's a big library, one way and the other, but every operator has its own formula. It's 500 to 1, 500 to 100, 5 to 1. So, there's a big advantage in working with nearby sands. It's not that they're not being used. We're selling them and they're being produced. And the wells give the results the operators expect. From there, I think it's also a point to keep working on, and we insist to try to find with the operators. This morning I was hearing them talk a bit about the medium and long term, the medium term and long term. With the investments they made with the pipelines, the operators have started to have a bit more medium term perspective. We, as Cristamina and as Maranello, have contracts with operators for 5 years. In some cases, we have operators with a 2-year contract. But there's a big universe of operators that go for spot purchases, go for 10-month, 12-month purchases with a no-cause termination clause at 90 days. We also we don't need financing. We need the predictability that today the operators, I think, are in a position to give us, so we can supply them in quantity and quality of sand, which, thank God, Argentina's geology has given us. We don't need to import the material. It's here.
Juan, also a closing thought?
I think, same as he said, predictability for everyone is extremely important. It lets us look medium and long term to invest. We, since last year, have already been investing in gas-powered trucks to offset our carbon footprint. 100% of our fleet is measured and certified. Today, there are Komatsu machines that we also use for sand handling and earth moving. But I think that predictability already lets us invest, lets us know where we're heading. We're also building solar farms as part of the carbon footprint offset. If we know where the client is headed, we can keep pace with them, because logistics doesn't just accompany Vaca Muerta, it sustains it.
Gonzalo, you have the closing word. The clock's already ticking. Any final thoughts?
So quickly, focusing there are places where service companies, SMEs, operators, can generate efficiency.
Let's close here. We're over time. But we continue with 2 more panels focused on SME companies. There are also representatives from Nuken and so on. I think it's a panel with a lot of substance. Sometimes we fly too high, and we need to land and understand what the pain points are, or what the opportunities are that each SME in the value chain has too. So, a round of applause for the participants.
SME challenge, how do you scale contracting capacity? That's the question we're asking ourselves. For that, and for this first part, we welcome to the stage Federico Galoso, CEO of Transeparation. So, Federico, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please go ahead. You have to prepare everything you talk about here, right? Take the initiative, of course. Leandro Terzic, General Director of Balmec, and also moderating, Nicolas Gandini.
We keep going down a bit into what are the visions or perceptions of each segment. I'll start from the middle in this case. We talked about it yesterday when we thought a bit about the panel. The title is The Scalability of Vaca Muerta. Moto Mechanica has been using places, finding opportunities, adding value, with a focus on Argentina, also with a focus on exporting things nationally or globally. If you have to think about this field you're playing on, which forces you surely to scale and rethink how you used to do things in the company you run, playing in a more open economy, with an exchange rate that is what it is, how would you conceptually define the moment? It has good things and also has shadows floating around out there.
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I think next year we'll have to hold it at the River Stadium. It keeps growing. But every day we have more people coming.
It's the Vaca Muerta moment, too. There's something historic there that draws people in.
Well, to scale, you have to innovate. And to innovate, the first thing you have to do is become the strategic partner of your client and then change the way you approach challenges. Let me start with an example that has nothing to do with our industry. But in 1950, changing the 4 tires of a Formula One car took a minute. Now, the most competitive teams do it in an average of 2.5 seconds. And the record is 1.8 seconds. 70 years to go from 60 seconds to under 2 seconds. And the interesting thing isn't the speed, because they didn't do it with a technician working faster, not a mechanic working faster, but rather they redesigned the whole design, the process. And within that design, the suppliers had to take on another role. One example would be Pirelli. Pirelli no longer sells tires, it sells data, compounds, and strategy, race by race with the teams. Well, at Moto Mechanica, we made that move. We went from selling hardware to selling solutions.
At what stage are you in that process? From selling a product, hardware, to saying, hey, I'll give you this solution. Maybe I can pin this down to the technologist. At what point is it a process that's already finished? Or are you still rethinking that overall company strategy?
Well, I'd say that's ongoing, but we already have very concrete things. Today, a choke that used to be operated manually by an operator who had to go all the way to the well, also facing the risks of being on the road, is done from a control room safely with real-time data. And that's mainly because we were close to our clients and we are a strategic partner of theirs. Now, to sum it up for you, I'd say the skill isn't adding more hands, it's redesigning processes. And for that, you have to innovate. And to innovate, you have to be very close to your client and take on their costs as well. We brought in software programmers, software architects, very solid data architecture solutions. That's where the challenge of scale lies.
In the case of Transeparation, maybe it's a company that has the tools to go through this whole digital transformation. It has the DNA of the company tied to software development, understanding where this whole new era is heading in some way. Also, all 3 are partner companies of the Argentine group of oil service providers, the GAP. And you see these backlit situations. You see opportunities to grow, and you also see a redefinition of costs, impacts, and so on. That also hits you internally. Your suppliers, yourself. What weighs more today? How would you define the context?
For me, the context. I'll borrow some things that were said throughout the previous presentations. The context is favorable. What we need to look for are the right conditions to take advantage of it. And taking as an example, for instance, what the operators did, what was the way to make Vaca Muerta a reality? Well, you have to look at exports. And the gap was born that way. How do you give companies projection, competitiveness, and development? Well, let's look at the foreign market. That makes us more competitive and lets us grow. We're in a market that, as we all know, has ups and downs. And besides in Argentina, we have the ups and downs of politics too, many times. So we have to somehow step out of that game and think about growing. And the gap in particular has been driving exports for many years now. And that's what we keep doing. There are many companies that have success stories in the most competitive markets in the world. We, for example, have been building installations in Permian for several years now. The largest processing installations that exist today in Permian, let's say, have Argentine technology.
There, at Transeparation, what's your role there? What part are you injecting technology into there?
Our focus is always on the development of surface facilities. So we basically work from the wellhead to the delivery systems, export systems. And many times the project started with questions, let's say, that also had to do with context changes, as always happens in this industry. At one point, the drivers were reducing emissions, and for us, that was the starting point. How do I keep producing higher volumes but with lower impact? I had to change the way I designed my facilities, the way I exploited the field, and that's where we saw the opportunity. And going to your question about data, well, data for us is always fundamental because data is what feeds back into designs and lets you improve along the way. In the USA, that mechanism is well oiled, of getting together every so often with all the players, and instead of asking, you have to cut the price by such a percentage, the question is, how do we, across the value chain, do things better? Better can mean fewer emissions, fewer accidents, cheaper, faster. Any driver that leads to achieving productivity, and today with the tools available for data analysis, becomes a fundamental tool because it's what lets you interpret a massive amount of information we have from thousands of variables that we're collecting at a rate sometimes of seconds in different operations in the field.
Totally. That's tremendous. In your case, Leandro, again, how does this contextual thing play out for you? The Gap has members that, especially upstream, many industrial companies that have an industrial DNA, that have a metal mechanic, metallurgical DNA. It's a sector that's struggling now because of the exchange rate, the opening of the economy, because of a very pendulum-like shift from what the paradigm used to be, in which one carried out their activity. So, what weighs more on you? Or specifically, is the opportunity or vision you have more important? Like saying, there's an opportunity here, I have to move as fast as possible to capture it and be prepared. How do those two dimensions play out for you?
No, look, you have to move and you have to stay active, flexible, in touch with growth and innovation. Because if we aim to just survive, surely things will go very badly for us. So that movement is always there because it's not new. Regarding the contextual part, that we compete with Asian products or with a quite difficult context within Argentina. Obviously, the scenario isn't the best. It wasn't the best these past 2 years because there was an indiscriminate opening, an exchange rate that was set, and other issues that didn't help. But it just came up, and it came up a lot this morning, the word integration. So we integrate a value chain that also comes from steel foundry, steel forging, that is, many other suppliers who today don't have the flexibility we might have to reinvent ourselves as importers, to reinvent ourselves as companies more service-based than product-based. So there's a chain, and there's a network of suppliers that helps and supports making all this possible. Because developing innovation, as Amit does constantly, adding services like we did with the base in New Ken for 4 years now and so on, is possible if behind us we have companies that also support that flexibility, that growth. Today, the market, with this unconventional thing, is also demanding other product lines, and we had to develop it in 1.5 years, in 2 years. So having a team of suppliers behind you is a different thing. Now, in this context, that supplier chain that we have, the metal mechanic companies, had and are having very, very difficult years. So strategically, we have to pay attention to that, because the future risk of not having a local supply, both for us, but also for the operators, a local supply that's active and alive, can generate problems that maybe today aren't valued, but
It's that the government somehow detected that Vaca Muerta needed to be given a catalyst and needed to be able to overcome every time the lack of reputation it has. or the loss, the lack of credibility that Argentina generates because of the track record we have in recent decades. They designed the RIGI as an instrument to say we need to push this year, or at the end of last year. They even expanded the RIGI to include oil production projects, let's say. And you at GAP have always pointed out that you saw a need upstream from operating companies, the big producers, to give them an instrument that would catapult them forward. And I often hear you say, well, how far do these wagons that come along behind also need, in some way, at least some understanding? Surely the RIGI isn't the instrument, but some kind of design, some public policy, or maybe not. How do you see that today?
Yes, they ask us for competitiveness and efficiency from part of the value chain, but under the same or worse conditions than before, when the operators obviously get different treatment. But that's fine. Obviously, you have to encourage investment, and that's what's being sought. But you also have to look at the whole progress chain. Why? Because we have to adapt quickly. We don't have time to wait. So seeing that we don't have the benefits or don't have a context that helps also means the operator has to understand and see a bit more. Because there's a state that is being partial, that's helping, that's collaborating, and there's a state that's looking the other way, directly ignoring it. So we have no other choice but to get together with our suppliers, get together with our colleagues, as has happened these past 2 years, also together with the GAP, and design ways to hold on and resist. It's been 2 years of resisting. Today, the situation is changing in terms of demand. But in that resistance, obviously one has a limit and reaches a point. But I repeat, I think beyond that. That's the reality we can't change because we don't have access to the government or other things. We do ask, perhaps, that operators take a strategic view, I'd even say, because if they don't have a local footing, not only for maintenance parts, for emergencies, but also for long-term projects. There's a traceability issue, there's a technology issue, product safety and so on that's hard to detect when buying the products we manufacture. Whether pumps or other similar products, it's hard to detect. But it is important to know that if a company with 8 certifications, with constant innovation technology, point-to-point process control, it's easy to know that company will offer a reliable product. And a reliable product means that a valve, which is nothing in the investment of any operation, or an accessory, or a pump, or equipment, won't leave you one day with lost production, an incident, a major loss. So we have to watch and be attentive there. Why? Because if we keep going down this path, our suppliers, who are very important for development, we could stop having... I don't mean stop existing, but we could lose training. And in this industry that you know, and at GAP there are many, we have trades and technologies that depend on a trained, skilled person. We have 6 machines, for example, with technology for space development. They're machines that machine parts for space equipment. So imagine the skill it takes for the operator to get a piece out of there with precision, and for that precise piece to be part of a product of excellence.
That's good, because in a way one knows that for a project like Vaca Muerta to be able to scale, you need competitiveness. And one knows that whoever is leading and driving these projects needs to seek competitiveness in costs and reduce costs. And at the same time, there's a trade-off with developing local capabilities, with not destroying local capabilities that you might need in the short term. That's an agenda that concerns the industry. We should give ourselves that as a country, but it's not that easy. Fede, anything you'd like to add on this? Then we'll close with Francisco.
Taking the points he highlighted, let's say Vaca Muerta showed us. And Horatio Marine, in that sense, was a great driver. And it was good that it was top-down. The effort that, to scale up production, the operators needed to join together toward a common goal, the VMOS, the NG projects. Some of the projects being carried out also in relation to the mainstream. Well, what's missing from that is an iteration on knowing how to keep scaling and achieving competitiveness. You have to integrate better with value chains. In the same way we seek to export production, we have to export Argentine industrial value, Argentine engineering. And we have the opportunity because there's the context generating demand. Well, let's take advantage of it so that the RIGI also helps finance that Argentine work. In GAP's case, I was talking about industrial companies. I think almost 300 companies are represented, and more than 45,000 direct jobs. Jobs, as mentioned, skilled of all kinds. So, in a way, the call is this. Let's say how instead of asking for discounts, we integrate suppliers into the competitiveness improvements of the whole chain to make Argentine LNG arrive cheaper, that is, more competitive in Europe, knowing we're competing with markets that have shorter routes. To give an example. Totally, that's exactly where the game is. So it's the whole chain. The gain is for the whole chain. If we neglect it in favor of importing, maybe from markets with a different scale, well, the day we need that chain, most likely it won't.
Be there. And it's a network with over 100 years of history. That's great. Francisco, you close. You can revisit some concept that came up in the panel, and also thinking a bit about a forward-looking view, as you said from the start. As a definition, scalability is transformation. It's rethinking what we're doing. That is, well, where do I get to play today? What more can you tell us about that? Maybe there's a concrete example of what Moto Mechanica is doing.
First, I think the first concept we have to be clear on is that innovation isn't an option, it's an obligation we have. It's the only way to survive. Second, if we're good at innovating, there's a role for the operators, who I think are the protagonists of Vaca Muerta today, which is perhaps to transform systems, or I'd say sometimes rigid contracts, into platforms for innovation. To make that path friendlier. And we're doing that with our clients. Today, we sit down at the table with them and discuss what their problems are, what their obstacles are, what their goals are, and we develop specific technology for that. One example of that is what we did for fracturing. We have a system called DFRAC, which we developed together with an operator who trusted us to develop it, even before having the product. To overcome certain technical barriers that existed to reach the technical limit of fracturing. With this, what I mean is, the summary is, we as suppliers have to take the step of transforming the way we see things. We have to start thinking about problems differently. Operators have the role of partnering us in that search, but they're a platform for us to develop those solutions. Finally, if we manage to solve those two sides of the equation, let's say, we're innovative and we manage, through our clients, to promote these innovations, I think the summary is that every time a client, an operator, invests in innovation and technology, what it's doing is raising the level of the entire value chain. And that's very important. I'd say the good thing is that we're running a race called Vaca Muerta. And all of us willing to invest in innovation, in thinking differently, in having healthier ties within the value chain, have an excellent opportunity to run this race.
We're going to close here. Let's make a change. This panel has 6 speakers, so we split it into 2 so there's more room, but let's have a round of applause for those present.
Very good. Thank you so much to the speakers. Now, Nicholas is coming back, of course, to continue, as he said, with the second part of this panel, SME Challenge, how to scale hiring capacity. We're going to welcome onto the stage those who make up this second part of this wonderful panel. Lucas Albanesi, Commercial Manager, Rio Neuquén Industrial District. Welcome, Lucas. It's a pleasure to have you. Also, Julio Retamal Schiapacase, Board Member, Energi, Ingeniería and Fecine. And also Martin Gessler, CEO of Grupo Siam. Go ahead, Nico.
Well, Julio, I'll start with you. As a representative of FECENE, I think we've been hearing different voices, and each representative speaks from their place. Something we heard from a speaker who mentioned the local angle. Juan Cruz Lopez from Paduzzi Transport mentioned that key point. But when you have to look at today's picture of Vaca Muerta, which is moving and growing, where do you hook into it? Where's the most important message we need to hear today?
Well, truthfully, the event is very interesting, the different viewpoints. And I think what we can offer is a view from local companies, which I think is the most we can contribute. I was listening to Walter Actis about specialization. We share that view. In fact, at our company, we specialize in electrical works because we believe this isn't an industry for everyone. You have to specialize to be able to earn your space. We at the Neuquén Federation began a bit less than a year, after Fortín de Piedra started. It was when Vaca Muerta was shifting into first gear, and we focused on working the 5 chambers, generating synergies that have had very positive effects. There's an issue I've heard from everyone about cutting costs. We believe cutting cost is something achieved together. The only thing you can cut alone is prices, and we all already know in this industry how that movie ends. So it's very important what the operators have said about working in partnership with contractors, with the companies that provide goods, services, and works, and doing that search for cost reduction together. Because generally, cost reduction lies in processes, obviously in technology and in redesigning. But there needs to be room for that to happen. It's not something done alone. So the logistics people also talked a bit about that. I think that's where we see the issue lies.
Like when last year, or this year rather, the whole issue of access to supplies with the war in the Middle East gained visibility. Because being close to a certain play or a certain field gives you an advantage that maybe in a more normal or natural scenario, one takes for granted and forgets. Suddenly, in a crisis scenario, it's important to be close. Let's see, they mentioned that Vaca Muerta is going to go from producing 600,000 barrels to, on the current trajectory, 800,000 or 900,000 barrels. That should happen unless some very strong boundary condition changes. Either the price or, as a country, we have a serious problem, but there's an inertia already launched. What value do you see today regarding being present in the territory? It's always hard to gauge. Being in the territory, what does that mean? Where's my value? How do I get my stakeholders to see me as someone who adds value? How would you define it?
They're intangibles, but Neuquén, first you have to define that Neuquén is a province that's oil-related. That is, from way back. We say Campamento 1. YPF was there. There are generations of workers and companies that have 30, 50 years in the industry. Clearly that gives you a different perspective. Besides being on site and knowing the society, the unions, having relationships with the whole network that being in the territory involves. Obviously, this growth curve has never been seen in the industry. We've seen growth and slowdowns. This was never seen before, and there are opportunities for many companies arriving at Vaca Muerta in different ways. But this beacon that's been built, you have to be careful it doesn't blind you, because whoever gets blinded gets eaten by the curve. That is, it's not a place to come. Act tough, cut prices, gain market share, and then figure out what to do. That strategy doesn't benefit anyone. There are opportunities for many companies from other provinces, and they're welcome. It's not that we're closed off and doing some kind of corporate thing. On the contrary, this growth curve generates tons of opportunities. The issue is how you complement it and how you enter the industry.
It's great that you say it, and that you say it in these terms too, because again, it's a conversation that continues over time. The truth is that sometimes one also understands a country that doesn't have so many needs. It's logical that it causes anxiety in companies that are in other segments, in other value chains that maybe don't have a growth project, but rather a defensive one about survival. So I think it's great to bring it up. Martin, in your case, I was listening to Francisco Raimondo from Moda Mechanica, and he said, well, scaling is transforming. We're rethinking in what way? I think you, as a company, as Siam, a company that's been 3 decades, 4 decades in metal mechanics, 5, and that 5 years ago got into oil services. Is there something in the company's history that ties in or has points of contact with what Francisco said? Can you tell us a bit about the moment or the history of the company?
Yes, well, as you mentioned, the Siam Group is made up of Metallurgica Siam, Siam Marcon, and Siam Servicios Petroleros, which is Siam Servicios Petroleros. About 6 years ago, the decision was made to create this new business unit, taking into account the future forecast of industry demand. Properly speaking, having the product, the brand, which really is debatable. And, well, the idea was to add what's called the services side in industry jargon, to bring the client a complete product, let's say, and be able to give them an integrated solution regarding pumping systems and other things. So, when the strategic decision was made to form the services business unit, a genuinely Nuken-based company based there, and, well, that's when I was invited to join the project and develop this project, which today is what it's become.
And today, how do you fit the development plan of the metalworking or metal mechanical side to Vaca Muerta's development? Because today, with this pull toward Vaca Muerta, more than toward the traditional markets where Siam used to be, how does that play out?
Well, basically taking into account the two big powers or workforces, on one hand, we have Siam's metalworking division, with all its track record we already mentioned, and its product, and on the other hand, we have the push and pull of an emerging new company with people who come from the world of the oil operator, of oil services. So, the idea is to combine all that experience with this push, and, as I said before, try to bring a superior product to the client. Of course, redesigning and seeing, listening most of all to the industry, which is what it needs today.
And how easy is it for you, as a new player, as a new service provider, to sometimes manage to bid to a company in terms of an operator, considering that maybe the operator already has a spec, already has a standard requiring a certain track record? So I'll say, I'm new, how? Let me in somehow. I want to show you my performance is good. In some way, you also have to update the introduction models. So I don't know how easily that process is going.
Well, you mentioned it. How easy? It's really not easy being a new or emerging company in the services field. You generally run into that barrier which you have to break through. And how do we get in? How have we managed to keep growing? Because in these 6 years, thank God, we've had exponential growth. Let's say, being in the right place at the opportunity to demonstrate in complex situations for different clients, or situations that really had a severe complication with production, and being able to bring integrated solutions that saved that situation, which sometimes had to do with the need to maybe close wells because
you didn't have facilities or infrastructure to evacuate or to produce from a field early.
Exactly. It was just mentioned that the bottleneck is logistics. I think another bottleneck is also that the schedules for drilling, fracturing, completion, and well startup move at a pace. That's not a pace that facility construction can match. Facility construction under the VCD system, visualization, conceptualization, development, and execution, any facility, whether a battery, a PTC, takes no less than 2 years. The pace of fracturing, the pace of well startup, goes much faster than that. So that's where we have the opportunity to step in and provide solutions to the client, what's called early production facilities. It's something even earlier than the EPF itself. The production facility that started back in 2012 with the development of Vaca Muerta with EPF. Now there's already talk of early production facilities. A direct water injection service to disposal wells, for example. So that's where we can bring a complete solution to the client and save them from a complex situation, where a project methodology, which from my point of view is the best. But well, it's very hard for it to keep pace with the accelerated pace of well completions.
It's a great technological discussion about what the solution is for each case. Because if Vaca Muerta's frontier expands, Hadn't I mentioned to you a company that was starting to design something much further north, let's say, up in the northwest, let's say, around Escalonada, below Choi, all those plays that are growing? Well, you're going to need this kind of solutions. Lucas, in your case, Rio no Ken, you always take part in these events, and it's a pleasure because you always manage to lift your head above the current situation and try to think ahead. Thinking a bit about New Ken in the medium and long term and trying to have infrastructure or structures so that if there are companies wanting to set up in New Ken, there's a structure that can welcome them or add value to them. So that the entry curve, the learning curve, isn't so painful that it doesn't even knock you out of the game. Today, what are you seeing in terms of this need for more suppliers? For New Ken to also have better industrial parks, better logistics, better infrastructure? How are you looking at it?
Well, going back to what Julio said about the openness toward companies that are investing today in New Ken and are seeing opportunities and the chance to channel idle capacity they have in other markets and be able to offer their services and contribute. There's a common denominator among both the provincial government and the chambers, and the municipal governments too, that it's good that they invest, that we shouldn't put a brake on those investments, but rather we should organize them. That's where laws also come from the provincial government, like the Invest in New Ken law, which precisely seeks to channel those investments and give them tax incentives or access to credit too, in a sort of local mini-regi. The municipal governments do the same too. In New Ken's case, as a big city, it also recently announced extensions and incentives for investment. In our case, it's a small municipality, Vista Alegre, which Francisco from Tenaris mentioned. They've been established for a few years now in our park. And, well, there's also support from the municipal government with these extensions, and I think that supports and encourages a lot of these investments in New Ken. But real investments, right? It's also important to keep in mind you have to separate the wheat from the chaff and say investing isn't buying a place, an office in downtown New Ken, setting up an address and expecting to access the same benefits as companies that have been for over 20 years putting in the work in Vaca Muerta can access, right? So it's important to say, well, those who are going to invest seriously in the area.
Now, how orderly is that process? Because someone could tell you the industry always grows, or the oil industry grows in a spasmodic way. Vaca Muerta has been growing with a force level that many times isn't planned. Us as a country struggle a lot. You have an actor that's today somewhat absent, the national state, which even if it were leading also doesn't have the economic or financing resources to say, well, okay, I'll fund a mega infrastructure plan in New Ken. So either it doesn't have the will to be there, because by political design it doesn't want to be there, but even if it wanted to, it doesn't have many levers to pull. So, but how orderly is that process? Or what specifically worries you about this issue of more companies arriving? Because this happens at every level. I suppose you talk to the mayor of New Ken and he tells you, I have with the governor. And he'll tell you, well, between 10 and 20 families a day arrive in New Ken looking for a future, looking for work, opportunities. In your case, how orderly do you see that process? And then, Julio, if you want to think a bit about Julio, want to think about the answer too.
I'll steal a bit from Julio because I know he's going to go that way. I think the chambers in that sense are key, right? Fundamental in being able to organize that arrival of companies so they can enter through the front door, not through the windows, and that we can, well, I think in these last few months we've received delegations from all the provinces to see what synergies can be generated, which is great, let's say, that they come from Santa Fe, from Cordoba, from Buenos Aires, to see, again, through the front door what can be generated, what synergies can be generated, what needs, what market niches exist today that this industry, more developed in other places, can bring to the local one, which may be for a historical reason, metal mechanics or industries that today maybe aren't as developed in New Ken.
Julio, adding to the question a bit.
Yes, I share that view. I think there are interesting opportunities for many companies wanting to start landing in Vaca Muerta. I think the start of mining is going to be something positive because it's going to balance the field a bit. There's been an issue of excessive attention on, I think, Vaca Muerta because of the national context. So I think it's good other industries are starting up. It's positive for everyone, obviously, for the country. For us also, an issue that's not minor, which was mentioned a bit in other panels, is the issue of human capital, of talent. It's an issue, even though new technologies can reduce the specific need for certain resources or people who are working and managing. For companies, this is a challenge. Retaining them, understanding them, avoiding losing people you've trained. We believe that's an issue we've seen many times when growth accelerates. Many go out looking for people and, well, that's also an issue companies put a lot of energy into to avoid losing our human capital.
I'll ask you one last thing, Julio, and then Martin will close. When one says you have Vaca Muerta del Sur, you have CESA, that's going to drive higher gas production, higher oil production. You have a project from NGEL, already TGS's, launched. That's $3 billion of investment. A huge infrastructure project, hopefully Saga Fertile, which is Pampa Energia's project to produce urea. Also in Bahia Blanca, you have the Pro Fertile project. It's already big as it is today, and if Argentina LNG happens, we'll ask Marine about it at the end, or at least how the project stands today. That could be something strong. But how stressed is the value chain? At least from your view at FCN, which groups together a bunch of chambers of Nuken companies, how stressed is it to be able to keep running faster? Because you're already running fast, you had to train a lot to reach this level. And now, in 2-3 years, I'll tell you, you have to run at twice the pace you're running now.
Obviously the stress exists, but there's a whole learning curve. That's why I say, in those bottlenecks, one detects, obviously the hardware is what affects least. And it's always people who are the most valuable asset, let's say, right? Especially because of the knowledge one has and how key it is in all these processes when you're trying to reach your client, give them solutions, and generate synergies of creating value. That is, that's not people you can pull out of the freezer. So that's where I think the company's outlook focuses regarding the stress of this growth.
I'll leave the closing to you, Martin. In a way, it seems quite paradigmatic, let's say, what's happening today, that a company like Siam, which even has a positioning as a brand in the public imagination, today is reshaping its business strategy, leveraging Vaca Muerta instead of the traditional market. In fact, you're the CEO of the whole group, and you come from the oil services area, so that seems to say a lot about the moment. And you have to think, to close, about some additional service you could add. Are you thinking about that, or are you fine as you are now?
Well, first of all, let me confirm that idea with you. The idea is to always listen to what the industry is demanding. What the industry demanded 20 or 30 years ago isn't at all the same as what it demands today. So one has to renew itself. And the services area was the one that helped drive the brand and reach this renewal. Regarding new projects, new strategies, new businesses, I can confirm that the SIAM group is fully focused on generating engineering departments for facility engineering development, mostly pumping and transfer facilities. We're also fully focused on increasing production capacity here at the plant here in Avellaneda, moving an assembly line directly to the Nuken site too to increase it, to be able to handle an increase in production demand in case there is one, which there will be. And then we're also opening new business units in the development and construction of projects for tertiary recovery, and also we're dealing with something very important today, a very sensitive issue for all operators regarding water treatment. We're working very seriously on water treatment for final disposal, at disposal wells to comply with environmental regulations, and in water treatment for reusing flowback water. Keep in mind that when you do a fracture, the well, once started up, returns 40% of that water. The idea is to be able to offer operators water treatment so that 40% the well returns can be reused for new fractures.
That's great. In fact, there was a regulatory change in Nuken that requires flowback water to be treated differently. I'd keep asking. And truly at this event, I always try to step away sometimes from moderating the panels because I think it doesn't do justice to the event. But here I wanted to have the chance myself to. Sometimes Vaca Muerta is at a moment that's the opportunity is huge, but you have to pull the cart so it goes somewhere. So, thank you all. Next comes a financing panel that we haven't discussed yet, but it's one of the bottlenecks, especially financial instruments for service companies, for supplier companies. Dan Lerner is coming, who's a real expert in that. Alejandro Granados too, who's worked on these topics for many years. Moderated by Marcelo Garcia. So, on my part, thank you all. We await Horacio's closing, and I think there are a couple more panels left.
We continue at this Supplier Day. Thank you so much. 2026. And we'll be waiting for you also at the next edition. Financing Alternatives. That's the name we're giving to the next panel. Financing Alternatives for the Value Chain. I invite to the stage Alejandro Granado, CEO of Fedeval, Grupo ST, Daniel Lerner, Managing Director, also of AdCap Grupo Financiero, and who will moderate the next panel, and surely also joining will be Marcelo Garcia from Horizon Engage. Is everyone ready? Were you all mic'd up? Because you kept talking a bit. Of course, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. The whole show.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marcelo Garcia. I'm the Pan-American Director of Horizon Engage, a geopolitical risk consultancy based in New York. And one of the risks we're watching very closely, and I think it kind of hangs over this event, is that in a few years' time, we might not have one Argentina, but two Argentinas. A very competitive Argentina, very productive, heavily leveraged by natural resources, Vaca Muerta, mining, and another Argentina, less productive, a more disintegrated Argentina, where a lot of companies fail to get on board that train within this value chain. The financial agenda, in a sense, is key, not only because of the day-to-day needs of companies, but also because it's the foundation that can build that bridge from a company being able to work to get on that train of development, or being left on the platform watching that train of development go by. And I think the diagnosis for everyone is clear on the financing issue, and it's that the Argentine financial ecosystem is a dramatically small ecosystem, not very deep and not very sophisticated in terms of the instruments it has to offer companies that are looking for, as we've seen in previous panels, scalability and growth. So the final question is who is going to pay and who is going to finance the growth that this whole chain requires in the coming years? And I think that's going to lead to a very deep discussion, both about the players who can get the capital, whether it's national savings or foreign savings, and about the companies that need to change practices and methods when it comes to how they seek that capital. We have on this panel, for me, a real treat, two Alejandros. There's an Alejandro who denies his name. His name is Alejandro Lerner. Alejandro denies it because he doesn't want us to make him sing. So he uses his middle name, which is Daniel. Dan Lerner, someone with a lot of experience in the international world of finance, he'll tell us about it now. And Alejandro Granado, 30 years of experience in the world of SGRs and SME financing, to think a bit about domestic savings and how to channel them into Vaca Muerta. So I won't talk anymore, and I'll leave you with them. I'll start with you, Daniel. How do you see the SME supplier ecosystem in the Argentine oil and gas world? The snapshot today. And what do you imagine has to happen for more companies to be able to finance that growth that's needed?
Well, in previous panels, there's been a lot of talk about the situation here in Vaca Muerta in particular, but it's also found in mining. These are smaller companies that can't take advantage. They don't have the knowledge, they're not prepared, and they don't have access to a range of potential financing products. For example, as of 2026, there has been around 9 billion, we in English say 9 billion, in hard dollar financing for Argentine companies. Of that, between 5 and 6 billion in energy. Of that, 3.5 billion in Vaca Muerta. Now that's 5 companies, the big ones. The medium and small ones don't have access, or that flexibility of access, to international markets, and to a certain extent with a local market that's not very sophisticated. This is going to be a process of learning, of transformation for these companies, because in order to access international markets, they're going to have to change the way they think. The way they do things, the way they present information, because the investor from abroad is going to have a list of requirements or requisites. Let's call it due diligence, and many of the local companies here don't have that practice because
If I had to list the 2 or 3 things, if you come across a company that could be in this room, that the 3 things it would absolutely have to do that make it possible or not to think about a financing scheme like the one you're thinking of.
One thing I see here in Argentina that nobody has is a plan, and I understand why, but a 3 to 5 year plan. What is the company's mission? What are the goals? What is the objective? How do they plan to reach that objective? Having been an investor myself, I looked for shareholders and companies that had a vision of where they wanted to go, and it was well documented, modeled, with profitability analysis for each business, blah, blah, blah. So that's one, understanding that the company knows where it stands and where it wants to go.
Let's do the test. How many people here have a 3 to 5 year plan? Raise your hand. Your point.
Yes, very few. That's something everyone... Argentina is going through a moment of transformation, political, corporate. That process has to happen, and I'm seeing it. Different companies are at different stages. That has to happen. Corporate structure. I've seen companies that want a bunch of interconnected companies, with loans between them. So, one company, a corporate structure that's more or less healthy.
And financial statements.
And not have the accountant be Uncle Pepe. They need to professionalize everything. Management. External services like accountants, tax matters. I'd say those are 3. It could go much further, but those are the first 3 I can think of right now.
But it's a matter of business, it's a matter of management, and it's a matter of vision, let's say.
Vision. To professionalize. It's changed here. We touched on this earlier. During the inflation era, companies could rely on raising prices, and they didn't really look at their profitability, productivity, analysis by business unit, what returns on capital they were getting. That has to change. It's changing. But that requires a change of mindset here in Argentina, which is what we are moving toward in another direction. And if we want to be part of the first world and the developed and sophisticated world, we need to be able to compete with the rest of the sophisticated, developed world.
We said at the beginning that the Argentine financial system is a very small system. 15%, less than 15% of GDP, the whole financial system, that's levels like sub-Saharan Africa, far lower than the region's levels, let alone the rest of the world. Nobody's to blame for that, ultimately, because the macroeconomic uncertainty of the country created a situation in which companies looked more at the short term in a financial engineering way, rather than the long term in a genuine financial way to finance growth. You, Alejandro, in your experience with an SME SGR and other products your company offers at Fideval, how do you see those companies in line with what Daniel was mentioning?
First, well, good morning. Call me Alex once, and then call me Alejandro. Well, let's see. A bit of what Daniel said and what Argentina has lacked all this time is predictability. I think that's the right word for why those who raised their hands in the whole auditorium were as few as they were. I'd estimate 5%. Without predictability, it's very hard to imagine a plan or a vision for 5 years. And regarding your question about how I see the financing system for SMEs, and speaking specifically about the value chain, going into SMEs and talking about the value chain of oil and gas, we see that Vaca Muerta is no longer just a potential, but a reality. We see the investment needs that the operators have, and on the other hand, we see the credit capacity of the value chains. I think these will be the 3 areas we need to work on. And a first analysis tells me there's a structural mismatch between the pace and speed of the investments that the operators need and the credit capacity of the value chains. Generally, these are SMEs that will be limited by their balance sheets and their numbers. I think Vaca Muerta is a Formula One car going 300 kilometers per hour, and we're asking the value chains to keep that pace when they're riding a pickup or a Fiat 600. What I mean by this is that the financing tools that the different players have are very different for going at the same speed. If we think that the growth and development of the activity is going to be based on the financing potential that the value chains have, I think it's a limiting factor. Now, how do we close this gap? Well, I can think of 2 main players that need to participate in this first. On one hand, a bit of what you mentioned, the financial system and the financial institutions. Given what this country has been through, we've gotten used to always analyzing the credit rating process based on balance sheets, history, numbers, looking backwards. And in this sector, I think the most important thing and the most important asset the SMEs have are the future contracts, their cash flows. If it's not the most important asset, I think it's the most important one, regardless of their real estate or their machinery or how their balance sheet is structured. We need the financial system to go through a process of recalculating how financing is being provided to the value chains. And when I talk about contracts, I think there's also another important player, which is the operators, right? And the role they need to play going forward. Adding to their role as buyer, also being a liquidity generator for their value chains. I'd even say co-taking on responsibilities when it comes to financing the value chain. Today, most suppliers' contracting method is on-call or through a purchase order. Imagine how much easier it would be for an SME going to a bank to say, I'm a supplier for an operator. Until last year, my contracting method was on-call. And starting this year, I've signed a 2 or 3 year contract that guarantees me a sales flow of X amount of pesos, dollars. And what this does, or the most important thing it does, is convey predictability to whoever is going to provide the financing about what the flow of future income for the company is going to be. And the closer that financing gets to the operator's need, rather than the SME's need. That's why I think the financing structure for value chains should fall on the financing structure, on the shoulders of the operator, rather than the SME being the one that has to take on all the credit risk.
A question for Nico to ask now when he comes to the closing. Imagine a scheme basically in which when provinces go out to issue debt abroad, the federal government gives a guarantee that the operator also gives a guarantee via future contracts to...
Yes. In fact, from the SGR that I run, we've done value chain financing, either through suppliers, assigning the operator's invoices, or in some cases where the operator acts as guarantor. When the financing the SME is looking for has a term, or is for the acquisition of capital goods, not to somehow support the SME's need, which is really nothing other than the investment need the operator has to keep growing.
Thanks, Alex.
You're welcome.
Dan, you mentioned about $9 billion in credit for Argentina directly last year. 3.5 for
this year.
To date.
And around $1 billion for Vaca Muerta. How do you imagine those numbers evolving going forward? And where do you see the main bottlenecks for that to happen or not happen?
Well, if we look at it going forward, I use, for example, what's been approved under RIGI. I know it's only for the big companies right now. The Riggy pipeline is at 20 to 30 billion, depending on whether you include certain projects or not. So that gives you an idea of the potential size, and that doesn't include the suppliers, the SMEs that need to support that. So it's huge. And I can tell you, I have funds that call me every day saying, "Show me projects." Show me deals. The demand or the interest from abroad is there. The local need is there. We just need to tie up loose ends in terms of structuring, regulation, predictability of contracts. The number of times I've seen contracts that are spot, and I can't finance against a contract that one day can be canceled or pushed forward the next. No, this month I don't want the volume. There needs to be take or pay here. The operators here need to change the contracts. There needs to be a significant U-turn here. So,
that the contracts are bankable and financeable. Specifically, what do they need to change? They need to have at least a potential value where an investor can
say, okay, I have these flows, predictability of flows for 2 years, 3 years. It can't be that one day one of the operators says, "Oh, this month I don't need sand, I won't pay you." In other words, there needs to be some kind of take or pay or contracts that have cancellation values. If you cancel on me, you have to pay me something. I put all my machinery to work to produce a product, a service for this contract. And suddenly it's one-sided. You tell me from one day to the next, "No, I don't need it anymore," or "I don't need it until December." That's very difficult, especially when there's nothing else we can hold on to. If there are no fixed assets, SMEs don't have much equipment and much equity with which I can secure a source of repayment. So contracts are quite important.
How do you see it? You mentioned the appetite for investment in Argentina. Do you imagine that in the next year, year and a half, especially tied to the electoral cycle, there's going to be a swing in that? There's going to be a drop? Is the old pendulum swinging fear of Argentine risk going to come back? Or do you think that the unleashed growth of Vaca Muerta and other natural resources mitigates that risk a lot?
I think it mitigates it quite a lot. I'm not on the side that says that if there's paralysis or electoral concern, it will stop. What I would say is, the cost will change. If I'm an investor and I see there's potential risk of a change of government and what that implies, I'm not necessarily going to say no. Maybe I'll ask for more collateral and I'll say, okay, it's no longer this. It's this plus 400 basis points more. For me, it changes the pricing, not the yes or no. But I came and financed in 2003. I didn't care. At that time, I didn't care about the political poster. If I know how to structure it well and I can price that risk well, I'll take it. It's as simple as that.
Alex, how do you imagine we can capture more national savings? National savings that are extremely tied to bricks and mortar, real estate construction, more conservative, or even the mattress itself. Channeling those savings from where you are toward the sector, especially the oil and gas value chain.
I think Daniel has a bit more clarity on that point, but there's a surplus of dollar flows in Argentina, and I think private funds are being developed to start financing SMEs from that angle. As for the financial system, as you already mentioned, it's quite limited when it comes to lines of financing. Some banks are starting to offer dollar lines up to 5 years. Obviously, that's where the SGR starts to work. That's where we start to function as credit risk mitigators, starting to support SMEs, bearing in mind what I mentioned before, the future contracts. And that is, I think that's the central point in which, without meaning to, we've been working throughout this talk. But SGRs are risk mitigators. We're supporting SMEs. Imagine that an SGR's guarantee when an SME goes to a bank means the bank stops looking at the credit risk of the SME and relies more on the solvency of the SGR backing it. So that's where we're that link that has to be strongly involved with the value chains, allied with the SMEs that need financing. And, well, it's not just banks. There's also capital markets, which is a bit what I was talking about with these dedicated funds. Capital markets are actually really strong. This financial disintermediation is really becoming important. There are products positioned more in the short term, working capital financing. There are backed exchange-traded notes that go up to 3 years, or backed SME notes that go up to 2 years, or in pesos. But I think from the group that the SGR is part of, the most important thing is finding partners who have a range of tools to be able to support SMEs in the value chain. Having a strong bank in terms of issuing corporate bonds through the capital markets. Having a leasing company that can provide machinery for business development. Having a leak where we generate competitive advantages through everything related to negotiating through the capital markets. I think there are limited local tools, as has been said, but I think we have to keep working, keep pushing this, because it's the only way for financing to end up reaching those who need it, for the operators to end up making the exports they need to make, or getting the oil out and the exports they need to make, so that the country keeps growing. I think that's where it lies.
Absolutely. We're already at 0 blinking in red. I'll leave you with 2 messages to close. One I think is key, that all the innovation we've been talking about throughout the value chain also includes the financial side, being creative, both those who have the capital and those who need the capital. And with that, we can move forward toward developing the chain. I thank Alex and Dan, and thank you all for the presentation.
Very good. Thank you very much, moderators, speakers. Thank you for being here. An excellent talk, of course. Well, remember that the best of the panels will be uploaded immediately to the C Events app. If you don't have it, you can already download it on your phones. So you can also follow us through the YouTube channel, where you can watch this event and previous events. How does an Argentine SME compete in an increasingly demanding ecosystem? Why do some evolve while others get left behind? That's the question we're asking in the next panel, made up of Nicolas D'Angelo, Commercial Director of Equipel. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause, please. Eugenio Forcieri, Operations Manager at CIAR. Also, Martin Leva, Country Manager for Argentina at EKU. And moderating this panel is Ms. Sabina Trocero. Please, come on up. There we are.
Well, we're wrapping up the day now. We still have some extremely interesting panels left. And at the end, also the chance to hear Horacio Marin share his always disruptive ideas that catch our attention so much, but that also motivate us to keep on undertaking new ventures. Well, as the title said, and as we've been discussing in the previous panels, SMEs are increasingly taking on a role that's much more prominent in this whole landscape. And there's a need for a paradigm shift. That is, the role of SMEs is taking a different shape in terms of how they need to get involved. We don't just need a greater number, but higher quality SMEs that stop just providing a limited service or supplying a good, and instead start generating a solution, integrating themselves and being part of that challenge. That is, engaging a bit more with the problem and generating solutions that are much more aligned with it. In this sense, Nicolas, well, from Equipel, you're a company that always invests in innovation, in technology, that has undergone positive transformations to better complement the offering you have. And that's also thinking about how to bring technology permanently to the United States. How does the company see the role of SMEs in this regard? And how are you also thinking about this possibility of expansion?
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. The truth is that, in our view, SMEs have undergone, in a good sense, a very major transformation with Vaca Muerta. And in our personal experience, I'd structure it around 3 pillars. On one hand, we stopped selling products to start selling solutions. Years ago, simply having product availability was enough to be able to compete. Today, I think what companies are looking for is for us to understand the problem they have and put together a solution to solve that problem. As SMEs, that clearly poses a challenge for us because it requires capabilities we maybe didn't have before. But, on the other hand, being SMEs, we're companies that can naturally be agile, and we can organize ourselves to give a quick response in terms of these solutions. And the second point, which is also a second pillar, which I think is really important, is the ability to develop solutions locally. In our particular case, we started 30 years ago as a distributor of electrical materials, and over the years we started manufacturing panels, electrical rooms. In fact, just a few weeks ago we signed a contract with Siemens to manufacture medium voltage cells in New Ken. And this was a major shift for our organization, because clearly we had to change processes, incorporate new expertise, open our own engineering department, which already has nearly 10 people, and even expand our facilities. We wanted, let's say, to open a factory in the industrial park of New Ken to be able to supply these new needs. And the third pillar, in my view, is the strengthening of the New Ken value chain. I think it's a topic that clearly generates a lot of debate. And I'd briefly like to give my opinion. I think we're clearly changing the paradigm today. We've stopped talking about a local purchasing law and started talking about a law to strengthen the value chain. And that's a very significant change. And this by no means implies that we should isolate ourselves. On the contrary, as was said in other panels, I think today more than ever, we need to think about partnerships and complementarity, both with companies from different parts of the country, as well as from the world, from the Permian. I think it's extremely important to see what's happening in other basins like the Permian, so we can replicate it here. And I think, basically, we need to use Vaca Muerta's growth to create companies that are increasingly capable and more competitive.
Also, we have many companies, as you say, from abroad, that are very interested in landing in Argentina. We held an event together with Econojournal in March in Houston, and honestly, it exceeded all expectations, the number of companies that were interested in hearing a bit about what's happening in Vaca Muerta. Well, here we have Martin with us. He's going to tell us a bit more since he lives that experience. But what you're saying is really valuable, Nicolas, about opening up New Ken's vision, not just thinking about local development, but about this coordination and making an offering that's much more competitive, linking supply and demand with the requirements that today's industry has for a value chain that's much better prepared. And in this sense, also, well, Martin, I'll continue with you since we already mentioned it. You also represent a German company, as in the United States, that recently landed in Argentina, EKU, which is also an example of technology, of a technological contribution linked to emissions reduction, which was also talked about a lot in the industry. Tell us a bit about this arrival, why you chose Argentina, whether you came to stay, what your projections are.
Thanks for the opportunity. It really means a lot to us to be here and share with such key figures. We're a new company, relatively new, here in Argentina. It's a German company with a base and a business unit due to the scale it has in Houston for over 10 years. We're a technology company. That's what we do. We have automation platforms. We work a lot with software, a lot with hardware too, and we aim for efficiency. So when I was listening earlier a bit about how we scale and in what way we scale, it's not just about putting in equipment, putting in things, but also about how we do it, so we can also scale and bring that efficiency that's being sought. And replicate what's being done today in the Permian, because we come from there, and a bit like what you said, take some experience from what's out there and be able to replicate it in what we're doing. And of course, there also has to be that possibility and that opportunity opened up. As was also mentioned, the region is prepared, but you have to give it that opportunity to do it. And that's when we started operating here in Argentina last year with Calfrac, which is truly a partner for us because they've been supporting us, and they always bet on having technology and innovating. And that's something we love. It's a constant challenge for us. And at the end of last year, we said, hey, we have to be there. We have to establish ourselves in Argentina. There's potential here. There's a lot to do here. And above all, there are good people. And above all, there are companies like theirs that have been operating for a long time in New Ken that we can leverage. And that's also why we're developing local partners to start manufacturing our products here. So, well, we're very happy. This is just the beginning. So, we're happy to be here and keep going.
It's extremely interesting, and also, as we were saying, to increase the complexity of the offering, technology is a key link, and there, Eugenio, well, as operations manager of CIAR, a company that provides engineering services, that has to compete in the market with big companies, that earned the trust of a Japanese company, later with Regime, but I understand it's listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. That trust isn't simple to build a strategic alliance like that. If we had to talk about CIAR, what's the differential this engineering company has within Argentina's oil and gas ecosystem? What would be the pillars you could mention, or how does it set itself apart?
Well, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. A pleasure to be here. I'll start by talking a bit about myself, where I come from. I've been in the oil and gas industry for 30 years, mainly managing and developing engineering. I went through companies like Tecna, Techint, then on the owner side with Shell, and the last 10 years at PAE. They were talking about a dream, so to speak, what Vaca Muerta means to me. It was already a dream, having managed to run a $1.5 billion project to expand the Campana refinery. Today, I think that's a standard project, and beyond. Honestly, being here is another dream come true. So, I had already been obsessed for a while since I left PAE with using technology and especially artificial intelligence to reduce times in the development of 3D models and from there, the entire engineering process. And well, I found myself researching the world. On one hand, I wanted to do a personal project. On the other hand, researching the world, I found precisely this company, Aran, which had developed software specifically designed to develop models at the 3D fit level, mainly aimed at owners and EPC companies. Later, I'll talk a bit about the impact and where it's headed. When I found that, and then I was later offered to take charge of CIAR's operations management. That's when I looked into it, leading me to your question about CIAR. I started researching. I already knew CIAR. It existed before I started working in engineering, already operating in New Ken and Vaca Muerta. It's been on site for over 30 years. Today, we have 40 engineers in the New Ken office, 40 engineers here in Buenos Aires. They had already been working with, plus, after 30 years, a track record, and becoming known in the market and competing with companies of larger volume, too. But they had already been working with new methodologies, mainly. They used BIM methodologies. They had already made progress. I started at CIAR 3 months ago. They had already moved forward with implementing BIM, not just because the market is asking for it, mainly YPF, but also because they're convinced of it. We were convinced that it's the way to optimize a large part of the projects. And also add a lot of value to EPC companies during maintenance operations, which is where the most value can be extracted. They already had a partnership with a Chilean firm specializing in AWB. And well, I came in and saw the synergy between these two things. And in fact, just a week or 2 weeks ago, we signed an agreement between CIAR and the company R&D for developing this software, which positions us in a niche, in a place where we can really offer shorter time frames for developing models that previously weren't developed in early stages. Both for owners, who may have a capex initially, and for EPC companies. And very quickly. At times, when 3D models weren't being generated, today this technology allows for a capex to be defined early on, and it also lets the EPC company make much more competitive proposals.
Exactly, with real-time information.
But what's important is maintaining the foundations CIAR had, contributing engineering, contributing technology, so that from there we can scale up.
Nicolas, regarding Ecopel, the projection we can see for Ecopel in the market, and the role technology plays in your business model. Where should we be looking in the next 2 or 3 years? What's the company's projection? What role would you like to play?
Yes, it's clear. First of all, I think what we've achieved is that technology stopped being a differentiator and became a requirement to compete. Clearly today, companies have to rely on the latest technology to achieve the consistency that was discussed in the different panels, which is what our clients are demanding today. So, in line with that, for example, we're focused in 2 directions. Achieving efficiency in our clients' operations, and there we're relying a lot on everything related to digital twins, which basically we're working on digital twins for one of our clients, basically digitizing one of their processes so we can understand it and analyze it to make better decisions. So on one hand, I think we have to offer the best in technology so our clients can be more efficient. And on the other hand, looking at our own company internally, we have to look for the best in technology to be more efficient. In that regard, 6 years ago, for example, we implemented an app. What we did was digitize all our processes. Today, we depend very little on paper. That wasn't an administrative decision. It allowed us to optimize our processes, reduce our errors. Basically, it gave us the competitiveness the market is demanding today. I think it's demanding it from everyone.
And having a strategic outlook too, this thing we mentioned about planning, that you don't just double your production level, you need planning, investment, and to have your direction as clear as possible in this regard, which, from what I know of Ecopel, you've had for a long time. Martín, to wrap up, you were talking about EKU's confidence in Argentina, the value being placed on the productive offering from the United States, or the developments from Germany in Vaca Muerta, in alliance with Calfrac. What's EKU's projection also for the current offering? Are you planning to integrate new solutions, new technologies? Are you also thinking about continuing to work this way, allied with local companies? Is there anything already in the works?
Our projects are long-term. As I said before, we're developing local suppliers for manufacturing certain equipment, especially with gas technologies, as has been discussed, what's coming next. And also a lot of emphasis on automatic control platforms. We're betting heavily on automation. We see there's a very big opportunity with the technology available here in Argentina to implement automation, which greatly improves efficiency. It's very well proven. And what we also want to do is bring the technology we have over there, but adapt it to the client, adapt it to Argentina, and develop it with local suppliers. But yes, our projection is to keep growing with platforms. There's a very big opportunity in energy. We're in the United States now. It reminds me a lot of what's happening with data centers. A lot of work is being done on that. There's going to be a huge opportunity here. So we're also looking in a few years with certain local players at how we can help automate all that energy management, which seems simple but isn't so simple. So today it's gas, but we have other businesses ahead as well that we're looking at.
Electrification is also part of the chain, still part of the challenge of how to capture more value from the gas molecule that we talked about earlier. Well, thank you so much for sharing all your insights with us. Thanks for the opportunity. We're bringing this panel to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabina. And now we'll see you at the next panel. Thank you so much to these speakers. The next panel is called Scaling with Intelligence, Technology, and Strategy for the New Industry. I invite up to the stage Juan Nazar from PwC Argentina and Daniel Fiorda, Operations Director at Sky Online. Let's welcome them with applause, please. This is the last panel, and then we have closing words from Marine. Moderating this panel, Sabina Trocero, and moderating this panel, Gustavo Perigo, Director of ABECEB. Welcome, everyone, and thank you very much.
Well, we meet again quite often, and also during the coffee break. Afterwards, we'll get to enjoy a great talk coming up in a few minutes, led by Horatio Marine, as we discussed in the previous panel. Well, a great pleasure. We also talked last week to learn a bit more about the project that is now already a reality, more than a project, both on Price's side and Sky Online's. It really means a lot to us that you're joining us. It's the first time you've shared this space with us. And you're bringing us a breath of fresh air on everything we were discussing, and also technological tools that are needed for the development, and this scaling up we've been discussing, which is necessary for the value chain to be able to support the expansion of production coming to Vaca Muerta, which today is already a fact and is no longer a dream. And also, when we were talking, it caught my attention because I always thought price was a solution for big companies. Today, you have a solution designed with the value chain in mind. We not only find you in Buenos Aires in stores, but you also sought the chance to be closer to strengthen that dialogue much more with each member of the chain across the whole country. I'll leave you in the hands of Gustavo Perego, who will be moderating. But truly, thank you very much for us, that you can share a bit of your knowledge and generate solutions for this expansion.
Thanks, Sabi. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think throughout the day we've been looking at the future of Vaca Muerta, the future of the oil sector, the business opportunities. And I think now comes the time to think, and I think this talk brings up how SMEs, companies, prepare and can transform themselves in this process, which is the change happening in the sector. So on that note, as a first point, Juan, I wanted to ask you how you see this process of change, this cultural change process that's starting to happen or that must happen within SMEs. Many times working with Sabi, we've come across a company that's fantastic. The owners are great, super competitive. But change, new business, transformation sometimes is hard. How do you see it?
When the business grows faster than the organization, culturally speaking, the risks explode and the ship creaks. Before answering you, just a second on what Sabi said. Yes, indeed, we're the largest consulting firm in the world, and we're used to big companies, but we're founding an SME Vaca Muerta division because we understand what's coming for the country, because we witnessed in Houston, our office there, what happened with the Permian Basin, and we're seeing the same here. We want to be ready to support them and grow together. Going to your question, clearly, we're not ready yet. But it's a game we're obligated to play. Taking what Alejandro, Walter, and Marcelo said at the beginning, it's not just about predictability and a good cash flow, but to have both, you need the human factor. The first two talks were excellent, and the human factor makes sophistication mandatory. It's not optional. And sophisticating ourselves means institutionalizing ourselves, speaking the world's language, because the world is coming to us and it shouldn't run over us. We should be partners with the world. There are some companies like this one that are a hugely successful example. The vast majority of Texas's SMIs were a hugely successful example. They weren't before, they became so later. We can do exactly the same,
and we'd need to be ready and fit to play that game. Institutionalizing means moving from informal to formal, trusting the process, right? Moving from the owner's micromanagement to clear intermediate roles who can manage and who understand how to manage. Professionalizing yourself, being able to talk to a bank without being just a friend, but instead showing, for example, what Mr. Lerner mentioned. Clearly, if you don't have a mission vision plan for 3 years, you don't exist in any bank in the world. We, for example, among other things, offer risk matrix services. I'm from the area of regulatory risk consulting. Regulatory risks, and when you manage yourself from risks, you become attractive to investors. Right? For example, risk matrices. What risks do we have? Have we mapped them? Do we understand the contracts? Do we sign the FCPA and U.S. anti-corruption clause? Do we understand what that means? What are we taking on? Under which jurisdiction and law? Why? There are 1,000 intermediate options. Do we discuss it? Do we think about it? Do the operators sometimes have so much power that we can't talk or discuss certain things? Payroll. Do we have it systematized? Do we protect the data privacy of our employees and sensitive data? Labor union relations? Do we handle them properly? And a huge etc. And my friend Daniel here is going to dive into cybersecurity, where we've also noticed that our SME ecosystem clearly has work to do to improve not just its technology, but the services that can rely on us, and basically the level of firewalls and data security they handle, which sometimes is vital not just for their own operation, but for the operation of an operator that hires them, and they don't have adequate security controls, anti-hacking. Until you get hacked, and sometimes you don't take it seriously, it's like a cost, and suddenly it becomes your life. Very briefly, that's the diagnosis we make, and what we're seeing, and what we want to do with local support. We've partnered with a business development firm with the Patagonia URO law firm, Dr. Pablo Bustamante, who's here present, and we're going more and more often, and we have offices in San Juan and Mendoza, so we're covering a good part of the future growth area.
Building on what you say, Juan, and going to this cybersecurity problem, many of us were talking before coming in here. Many companies still stick to this idea that the systems department is just a kid or someone who handles IT, and that's it. And they don't manage to see in tangible terms the real difficulty and danger. We've had some cases that came up in the media lately about what poor cybersecurity management can lead to. So, Daniel, what do you see there, and where does that critical path go in the industry?
Well, many of our clients have gone through this shift from being an unorganized organization to a regulated company. We have to understand that this is going to become, at some point, a very auditable ecosystem among all the parties. I don't know. I think it's not that much yet today, but to be auditable, you have to have processes for managing information, information security, and above all, ensuring availability through infrastructure that lets you have the information at the moment you need it, and intact as it should be. There's also a growth process that's also something we've seen with our clients, because when someone has the system staff, they somehow have to handle the investment in equipment and the tech rollout every 5 years that has to be done, or even the growth, because you can design a system and it falls short after 2 years, and you have to change the whole system. So there we've also developed on our end a system that lets us provide support with our private cloud that can connect with the local service network that the provider has. That ensures continuity, that is, there's no service interruption problem between the migration and the launch of the new system or of the system improvement. And that way, resolving a lot of issues. That is, doing everything in line with international security standards as it should be. So that's the offer, the value we provide, and we've helped a lot of our clients make that change. We have clients that are mega corporations and also clients that are SMEs. We have all flavors. So we understand that together with Price, which can do an asset management of the state of the networks when the project is taken on, create a roadmap to bring the network to a secure state with the power to be able to scale. Because the reality is that systems are increasingly demanding and interoperability is growing more, and systems are going to need more resources.
And moving on to wrap up, Juan. When you talk about institutionalization and that shift, mainly thinking about SMEs, a big company already has a different role, different weight. I imagine that process goes hand in hand with security, with implementing systems. It's all together. How do you see the reception from that SME that needs to adopt these changes, but at the same time has all the logical difficulties of the industry wherever it stands?
We see it as a vital survival necessity because the institutionalization you're talking about isn't just a philosophical and operational difference. It's that the new generation of shareholders can take on a framework that works, that isn't sinking, and that doesn't depend solely on one person, but on processes and trained teams to carry it forward. It's as vital as that. It's an operational difference. I don't think we have a choice, for the game that's coming, but to institutionalize because of this. Basically, it ensures plug and play for the new shareholders of the next generation. In short, that's it.
And Daniel, last question for you. When you look at this cybersecurity difficulty, if you had to put on the table some examples, types of what SMEs might suffer, and that they could clearly see in terms of applying these improvements, how it positively impacts certain areas.
Yes, of course. The first thing is understanding the nature of the system in order to understand what the possible threats are that could affect the operation. The basic concept here is continuity, that is, ensuring that information is permanently available. That's worth gold here, like in any other business. Also having an issue of capacity, because it's not just a cybersecurity issue, but about being able to support the growing demand with resources. Because otherwise, you're limited directly by your capacity and can't keep growing, which is what I've heard is also happening on the physical side. So, changing the paradigm from pure equipment investment as OPEX to CAPEX as we're proposing, I think it's an important tool for companies that supports them much better. And of course, all the compliance with international security standards. ISO 27001 is what we use, which is the standard used for information security.
Fantastic. Sabe?
Well, to wrap up, we're left with two concepts mainly from what was mentioned. Two key concepts. On one hand, the need for professionalization, and that there be tools or companies, like Price in this case, that can help SMEs reach this high level of professionalization, and that can not only do business in Argentina, but also grow internationally. And on the other hand, the security of information management. The flow of information keeps growing, getting more complex, and data care becomes extremely interesting. And it's one more asset that needs to be protected. Well, for me, it's of great value what you shared with us. Welcome to the industry as well, not only with big companies, but also with the rest of the value chain, which is surely going to need you a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina, and to the rest of the speakers. I have to let you know that you can relive this event through our YouTube channel. You can subscribe, obviously, that'd be a favor to us, and you can get all the information about this event and the rest of the events on our YouTube channel, EconoJournal. Also, as I had mentioned before, through the app you can download on your mobile devices. You can see all the highlights, a summary of the best of the panels, right? That's the name of the app you can download on your phones. And also remember that on the back of your physical badges, very good, you're doing it right there. There's the QR for the WhatsApp. On WhatsApp, you can get all the information about the sector, obviously the industry, from specialized journalists. Now, closing out this day, led by Nicolas Gandini, and let's welcome him to the stage, please, with a big round of applause for Mr. Horatio Marin, President of ICO of YPF. Go ahead.
Horatio, thank you so much for being here. You guys don't know the logistical gymnastics Horatio had to do to have the early call this morning. The YPF results presentation, which must be a stressful process. Seriously, it doesn't stress you out that much, but
No, I'm used to it.
it must be stressful, and then being able to be here.
No, please. No, thank you for inviting me.
Well, it was an event where, in a way, the boundary conditions for Vaca Muerta are very clear. You always say it, Vaca Muerta has to be a platform that drives $30 billion in exports, producing over 1 million barrels, exporting LNG starting next year with CESA and the Argentina LNG project, which, if that happens, you become a second field with a huge potential later for petrochemicals and so on.
I think it's happening, you know? It's not a matter of if it happens. I think it's happening. Yes, we even have the date for I don't dare say it, but we already have the date for when we will reach the final investment decision in Argentina.
Okay, because for that project, what we can see is that YPF is bidding. They put the construction of pipelines out to tender.
Right. We put the Nuken plant out to tender the EPC of the gas pipeline. It is called a multi-product pipeline because of what it carries, but it is more of an oil pipeline than a multi-product one. If you look at the definition, it is a multi-product pipeline.
But it will take, what will it mostly take? Oil, let's say, associated crude?
It carries liquids. It is. It is different from what everyone thought. What we do is we separate, and by the way, I will tell you how it is. You drill the wells. You separate primary separation. You separate unstabilized liquids, wet gas. The wet gas goes through the gas pipeline. The liquids go through the multi-product pipeline. It arrives at a plant that is going to be very large. I think that with the expansion, I am very positive about the expansion. It could end up being almost the size of the La Plata refinery.
Wow, the separation plant. That will be in the Winkle area, that area.
No. The separation, of course, that'll be at La Plata.
Which is also going to be big. I saw the investment. It is a large investment.
And I would say with the expand, well, it is 4 times larger than the largest plant that exists today in Argentina.
Wow.
It is big.
What's the capex of a plant like that one? So people understand what kind of beast we're talking about, let's say.
Well, without expansion, it is $3 billion. And with expansion, it could be 4.5. Then, if we talk about the pipelines and the gas pipeline, we are at $4 billion and the other plant at $9 billion. And the ships are in the order of $6 billion. 2 ships.
Just so people understand the scale. We are talking about the fact that the title of this event is that the new hydrocarbon export infrastructure projects, the VMOS, the Southern Energy Project, already put Vaca Muerta on another scale. If the Argentina LNG project goes through, which you say you already have a date for, we are talking about a double, triple backflip.
Well, I know. Let's see, the $30 billion. Well, I'll turn it off just in case. But I did it that way, and it came out to $30 billion. Honestly, I did it with a calculator. Keeping in mind where I thought YPF had to go, but then the truth is we made it much more efficient because it's with wet gas. Today, it gives us 55.
$55 billion?
For the 31st.
At these price levels, if it goes through, if with the Argentina LNG?
With normal levels? No, not levels, with 80. That explodes
Calculated with a barrel at 70, 75.
Yes, 70. No, not 75, more like 70 at the gas FOB. It's 6,650. No more than that. That is the number we are getting.
Now, when you talk about looking ahead, Horatio, you have to look at your control panel. And your control panel is this whole picture, let's say. What is the message for the value chain? Because the value chain, what one sees is that it's running. There will be segments that are more stressed, bottlenecks.
What we will have to, I don't know, I think it is starting to be understood, is the productivity. The Toyota well, the goal of the Toyota well, I think, is sometimes misunderstood. It is not the well cycle. For the well cycle, we do not need Toyota. No. It is very easy. That is planning and then getting paid. The important part of the Toyota well is the integration with suppliers. It is, and let's see, and it is difficult because it is an extremely big cultural change, which the automotive industry achieved because Toyota does it in Argentina, but in the oil industry, we have not achieved it. Look, I say YPF does not want to supervise the suppliers. But I always tell him and them, you don't supervise them, and they keep screwing up. And so, I tell him. But why? Besides anything else, If things are going badly for you, why do you have to wait until they call you for us to yell at you? Well, that is a very big cultural change that our industry needs and that it has in Argentina. That is why I say it. I am not saying, hey, we are all going to be Norwegian now instead of Argentine. No. What I am saying is, why can the automobile industry achieve it in Argentina, and our industry cannot achieve it in Argentina in the same country?
And what concrete action do you envision to try to solve that?
Because you have to, look, the day we understand, I have spoken with Toyota suppliers, they say, it is a blessing that I work with Toyota. So I have to do things right. And as I promised, and my accountability, my responsibility is exactly that. That doesn't exist here. The accountability of the company, often supplier and service companies, but no, I'm not criticizing them. Don't worry. I've been working for 35 years and it's the same. I mean, no, I'm not saying anything. It's a change we have to make. They don't necessarily take accountability because they keep getting paid anyway.
But how?
And the issue is that our goals are not aligned. It is not true that companies have their goals aligned with YPF. They have them more aligned with others than with us. And that is the difference that Toyota achieves, the automobile industry. I say Toyota because it is who we are working with and because I have spoken quite a bit with them. And that is why I do not talk about another company. They achieve that, and I tell them, do you realize it's a blessing to work with YPF? Do you know how many rigs we're going to have I assume you are all oil workers here, right?
Also, yes, everyone works in that worker.
If not,
how many rigs will you have next year?
In February, 21. We had 12 in December of last year. You gather the whole industry together, and you don't have 21. So, if you don't work with YPF, you're half screwed, to say the least. At the very least, your market has shrunk by 50 or 60%. It starts to get more difficult. So why can't we achieve that? To me, that is the most important thing, and it is not a complaint. I have nothing.
And how do you improve it? That articulation, even cultural, let's say.
It is cultural.
Okay. And how do you improve it?
How do we want to improve it? The same way we improved at the gas stations. Why do the guys, and some of you must go to the gas station and have seen that the guys now say to you, would you like a coffee? Would you like a Coke? Would you like a hamburger? Why do you think they say that? Because we arrived and we're cute? I'm fat, old, and stupid. So why? Because we give them 6% of the total sales. And how do we align ourselves? With value. So, for example, the idea, I'll tell you later, but the idea of productivity in the drilling rigs, where we still have problems with some of the companies, we are transferring 40% of the savings from YPF to the wellhead because they deserve it. Because if they give me more productivity, I earn much more as well. Well, that is one way to align. So how does Toyota do it? You have a contract with me. I don't want to supervise you. I audit you every so often. But, hey, you have to meet the productivity goals. Now make long-term productivity programs for me, and what I do with you is share the productivity gains. So, we all have more work, and we all manage to have higher profitability at the same cost. So, you increase profitability.
And how do you do it?
Now that is why we hired Toyota. Toyota is there. Now we are just muddling through. I tell you, but I am optimistic now. Last year, at the end of the year, I met the guy from Toyota. I told him, honestly, you have balls of steel. I would have told YPF and everyone working for YPF and not for YPF to go to hell. Because the guy, he really had a tough time. Now, this year, a big change is visible.
But how do you do it? Because when you can plan and have a more leveled growth, like Japanese Toyota, let's say, at least the vision we have, well, you can keep improving. When you have a very aggressive ramp-up, like you have in Vaca Muerta, and what you are planning, and how you're leading YPF.
No, you have no idea. If I show you tomorrow, I have a mess in my head about when I speak. And no, the day after tomorrow I speak for all the managers.
Yes.
I made a chart of YPF's history since 1920. Of the production to where we are now, which is at a maximum peak. and how it gets there.
Yes, when you say that,
Do you know how much it reaches?
how much?
Almost 8 times where we are at today. In
In what year?
31. I mean, when you take the operated amount, you go 8 times higher. Operated because when people talk to me, those who work at YPF, I mean, the operated amount. I don't have to tell you the net amount. When you ask, and we also ask, how much? They asked me today, how will you finish at the end of the year? 250,000 barrels of net oil, but operated is more than, I don't even know because we don't look at it, more than 360,000, 400,000. I mean, when you look at what is operated, it is impressive, and that is what the people at YPF do, operate.
But how do you do it, Horatio, because this talk is very interesting, seriously. Then we'll move on to other topics, like yesterday you sold Metrogas. I mean, you are moving forward strongly with the 4x4 plan. But when you see that suddenly, I don't know, the upstream people tell you, hey, I need more drilling rigs. The supply chain people tell you, well, I have to manage so many contracts. How do you manage to align everything within YPF? Because sometimes, you even have friction there. When you grow so fast, you have to...
Do you want me to say it colloquially?
Whatever you want.
Or brutally? Colloquially, by pushing. Brutally, by swearing. No. What you have to do... Look, when you analyze any company that has had extraordinary results and has changed its scale, it is by sheer drive. It is not because everything... No, it is because of drive. There always has to be a madman who makes madness real. I am not crazy, but more or less. But you have to actually align. And I believe that at YPF, what aligned to achieve these things and for us all to go the extra mile is a country goal. So, with that national goal, we broke the divide internally. And when we all go there, we know we are working for YPF and for Argentina. And so we go. And what I impose is, well, not impose, but I don't know. Sometimes I start analyzing what I've done in my life. I was lucky even if it's small, but I always went up, no, I wouldn't hire myself for no development, but for this, no. Anyway, I've run out of time, so when they fire me, I won't work anymore. But you have to make people realize that extraordinary results are achieved when you support and challenge. I have examples, but one of the most impressive was at the La Plata refinery. The first one was on May 1st of last year.
Yes.
So I go and tell them, hey, we're going to go to a plant stoppage, you know? They go, you don't know what it's like. It was 10 years ago. I don't remember since we last did that. And how long will it take? 50 days, they tell me at the office. I say, come on, give me the overalls. Let's go out there. Are they working? Yes. I want to talk to the guys who do it. So the guy comes along.
You went in your overalls to do micromanagement there, to talk to them one by one?
No, that is not micromanagement. No, micromanagement is something else, because that is pushing people to work with a different productivity. It's not micromanagement. I do not get involved in the how. I didn't tell him, this is how you do it. Open this valve. I didn't say anything. So I tell him, he comes, get out. I tell him, you see, you should never let vice presidents talk, because otherwise, you know. So I tell him, you shut your mouth or I'll fire your ass. So bye, get out. So the two guys come over and I tell them, listen, how long is it going to take? 50 days. I tell them, you can't. And I say, yes, 25 days. Double bonus or nothing.
Okay.
And the guy tells me 25 days. He took 25.7 because I told him.
Did you pay him the double bonus?
5, not double. Because we gave him a challenge and we gave him 5 bonuses, so 5 wages. I told him, do you know why it will take you 25? Not because I say so, but because you are thinking with old productivity. You are not thinking with new productivity, with the technology you have today, and I cannot tell you what it is, but I am sure you will do it in 25 days. It is not that I am telling you something you will not achieve. You will achieve it. And if it takes you 27, nothing happens, I tell him. And if it takes you 30, neither. But do not do it like they did 10 years ago. It is not done the same in the same way. And it took 25.7. And that's how everything goes. I'll give you an example of productivity so you can see. I arrived at YPF. This chart I will show in 2 days. The stockouts are the amount of, a stockout means a gas station runs out of diesel or gasoline. We had 235 stockouts per day in the Argentine Republic. We made a technological change and we lowered to 70. By pushing, we brought it down. Pushing every weekend when I get an email and I tell them, hey buddy, lower it. This is not right. We brought it down to 35. You know what they told me? World benchmark. I said, like hell. When we got into processes,
yes.
You know how many we have now?
How much?
Between 0 and 5 every day.
Look, wow.
From 235 to 0 and 5. The same trucks, the same people, the same everything.
And how do you do that?
And that is the change we have to. Just as we achieved it in one thing, I am sure that each one of you who are business owners, small and medium enterprises, can achieve it. The thing is, you have to focus to achieve it. And the pursuit of excellence is if you don't have fun, it's very stressful.
How do you do it? Because these are cases where you went down yourself?
No, there are thousands, everything. Look, do you think a company like YPF, we'll talk about results and forget about prices. We doubled YPF's profits without changing prices. Let that be clear. In 2 years.
Without being driven by war prices.
Without price hikes. In 1 semester, with the same prices as the previous administration, we doubled YPF's profits. That is not price. That is what I'm telling you. That we lower this, that we drill wells faster, that we do the fracking faster, that we do it autonomously, that we receive 3 billion pieces of data per day. Well, we are currently lacking in Argentina. We are lacking data analytics people. Those kids are going to make a fortune. They are not a commodity today. I mean, do you know what I see in the future? Right now, soon? When I started working, they gave you a pencil, an eraser, and a notebook. 6 months later, they gave me 2 hours of computer time. And after a year, they gave me a computer. Today, if I go to YPF and I don't have a cell phone or a PC, I don't exist. Well, I would say that a drilling engineer, an engineer who is in the back office, it means they are not in real time. Do you know how many people work at YPF in real time across the entire chain? 900 people.
Wow.
That is a lot, right? Well, those in the back office, if they do not have a cell phone, a PC, and a person who knows how to handle the data, they cannot understand the transients that in physics give you the most information. The most information in a physical system is the transient, not the steady state.
The thing is, look, there was a speaker today who said, I don't remember exactly, we are advancing with artificial intelligence, with digitalization, but yet, when it comes to materials and supplies, I still depend on the paper delivery note. Many times when I deliver materials to a site,
we practically don't. We are eliminating that. We are going to eliminate everything. If we don't do it next year, we'll all start screaming.
In how much time?
No, we have them. There is a person who started in the administration who is changing everything significantly. Let's see, the balance sheet. I'll give you an example. The balance sheet, when I arrived, took us the whole quarter. Let's say it was now June. We would finish it practically It took us 45 days. Today, it takes us 7 business days. And in December, it will take us 5 business days. And that puts us among the best companies in the world at closing balance sheets. Well, now what do? Let's say the technological transformation, which you have to do anarchically. Once you say anarchy is over, when you see some nonsense, the anarchy ends. You have to see some total nonsense, like the avocado toast room. When I saw the avocado toast room, I said, this is nonsense, it's over. Why an avocado toast room? Because we did something impressive. You'd arrive and tell me, no, this is a crisis thing. It seemed like total nonsense. And I went 3 days in a row at 8 in the morning, and the guys were eating avocado toast toast. So I call it the avocado toast room, which is already trashed. But the guys bought avocado plushies and toast plushies, and they put them there as decor. Anyway, when you see that, you take it out. So I said, hey, all the genius kids out there work with technology, but they have no middle managers. Otherwise, you're screwed.
Okay.
So I told them, then we form pentagons. We have 5 pentagons that when we say, we grab one and said, destroy administration. That is the word.
Was that the command? Destroy administration?
Destroy administration. So, but you destroy it with the people from administration, right? So the guys go, they look at everything to improve. Boom, faster. Now destroy supply chain. We are destroying supply chain too.
Walter Actis must be delighted that you say that.
No, they will tell you no, that it is...
Why?
No, lies. We are destroying it. Well, we are making software with Globant that works with artificial intelligence. People work with a person, and then when it ends, when you buy, you will not be able to choose who to buy from, because it is like we would be making a Mercado Libre for YPF.
Yes.
So you go in and it tells you, I don't know. Let's say I want to buy water from you because I like you, but I need to buy 45 liters of water to buy from you. So I buy from him who has the 44 cheaper than you, and then you come in. So we are doing that because YPF is very big. You have to have things very organized because otherwise you can't make it efficient.
How does that pair? I mean, Horatio, you've been how many years in the oil industry? 35?
38.
38? I mean, you know it well, let's say.
Can't you see I'm old?
No. You still have plenty of time left, so... But I mean, you know the oil industry, you feel it? I mean, you feel it in your veins a bit? Sometimes I listen to you speak and I say, how do those 2 dimensions marry? Because it's complicated. Then you have to provide a field. Then you have to ensure those changes you're making when you look from very high up, land and land well, and that the...
But it is landing. It is, what you always have to set is a common numerical goal that people understand, that they repeat, and a path that they know. I believe that at YPF it is. The goal is for the country. And if YPF doesn't develop, we won't reach the country's goal. You have a clear path, which is the 4x4. Everyone knows the 4 pillars by heart. The 2 extremes of the development of Vaca Muerta, portfolio management and efficiency. That is it. And they stay. And I do not plan to change it until I leave. And as for the stock, if you look at it from when I was asked to join, it must be up 4 times. But I don't care. The stock it's a consequence of working well, not the other way around.
When you were saying just now, there are moments that require anarchic leadership. And there are...
No, the transformation. The transformation, in my experience, what you have to do is, there must be leadership for the transformation to happen, but it has to be anarchic, because if not, it would have already been done. So, when you transform, you get people who are not, who don't report directly to you, to align with the idea and go all in. And those are the ones that help you transform. Now, the vice president who opposes it and doesn't transform, you either fire them or they adapt, okay? There comes a time when they start to adapt. So, there will be 2 places, 2, 3. In our case, it was 3 vice presidencies that clearly showed the technological change, and then we rolled it out everywhere.
When you looked at the 4x4, when you launched it, you had to exit mature fields. You had to divest secondary or non-strategic assets. Today, you have already exited, I believe, you exited the Rodolfo Basin.
We are at 95 with the Mendoza sale. We are at 95% unconventional production, and we have 2 left, which we are close to, and we would be at 2%.
You are missing Chihuito de la Sierra Negra and a few other things like that.
Yes, but that too. We are going to leave everywhere, or we are going to end up converting it. We want to convert it more into unconventional. We are fracking at this moment.
In Chihuito de la Sierra Negra, Puerto Fernandez, that whole area, then secondary assets, you sold Prefertal. Yesterday, the sale of Metrogas was announced for $780 million, a price that at least I did not see coming so high. Is there anything left of that whole process of saying, well,
no.
Is that it? I mean, now what comes next is working hard internally and working on an organization.
But you can also get a nasty surprise too. We can buy things.
Okay, that is why I'm asking, are you thinking about that?
Of course, you are always looking. I mean, that pillar remained?
Upstream. What you are looking at is upstream.
No, upstream and other things. Strange things can come your way. We are not predictable.
And you are looking at that, let's say, a bit.
They may seem like opportunities, yes.
So, I mean, that transformation stage required a lot of leadership, a lot of passion. The other day I read an interview that you gave to Maria Eugenia Tencel in La Nación, a long article, and you said, passion is what truly transforms the organizations. What do you envision for next year? You're going to have the VMOS in operation.
This, of course, this year, when I look at next year we have to have the VMOS in operation, 21 drilling rigs constantly, practically, because in February we have 21.
Yes.
And I see the LNG work starting, and I also see the drilling for the LNG starting in order to choose the areas, the first areas. We are talking about upstream. In downstream, one of the goals we have, which is also such a pain.
Yes.
The goal is in April. I hope we achieve it, but I say it because I'm committing them, because we are playing it. It's that when you go to the gas station, the burger is always ready in 90 seconds. We are already working on processes there.
Do you measure that yourself? Do you test it?
Yes, if I go, for sure I will. Yes, but I'll let them do it because they are in the process. I do go to all the restrooms. Wherever I go to the restroom.
Yes, you always say that.
I don't even say hello. I say, I'm going to the restroom. We'll talk later. That is another challenge. The challenge of station segmentation. The challenge of, for me, it is a challenge of strategic alliances like McDonald's and much more that will, just like we did with Pedidos Ya, that there be many high-quality companies like that joining. That is on the station side. In the area of refining, we are going to finish the NEC, which means that everything we produce will have 10 parts per million. So then we will have the possibility to export or sell to the domestic market interchangeably. Today, that is not really the case. So you see that YPF always has a lower price than the others, because the others, well, we have 60% in the state, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They just go straight up and the other one has to buy from you. That is the challenge, to maintain the productivity, let's say, to maintain the refining. You see, this quarter we were at 104%. That is, we refined 4% above the base that the refinery has. We have to maintain that. And now there is a big challenge. We are doing two things that are going to be flashy. Well, one is the integration of all the RTIC into one value chain. And our idea is to go in, enter a place where not many of us will be able to enter, and we grab a rig, we put it here, it calculates everything instantly, which pipeline it goes through, which one it comes from, bam, bam, refinery, and we will have a rig very quickly if it gives you more money in the year, in La Marga Chica or in, in Bajo El Toro.
That is the value RTIC you wanted to do of YPF's integral value.
Yes, the integral value. And the other thing is working on processes in all the RTIC. We have to work on processes.
A couple of questions to wrap up, at least 2 or 3. You spoke about productivity. At the time you said...
And all of that, we have to do it together. Because I am going to leave, I have a relatively easy period, which is on the way up. But all of you will continue, and I will not. But when you come here, you have to have productivity, because if not, you will suffer when oil prices are low. We must work on productivity. Argentina must always be better, a little bit better than the United States, because the world price swing is American shale for the next, until 40 for sure. So, we must work on productivity.
I mean, next year, you are working with 21...
And productivity, what I mean is, productivity is not firing people, okay? Because that is a mistake in Argentina. Productivity is firing people. No, it is not firing people. It is very different, you know.
But you do have to, perhaps. No, I won't get into that here, but I'll ask you. The last collective bargaining agreement for unconventional work was discussed in 2017. And you see the way YPF works today?
It should. It should be. And the thing is, well, that is a big change. But it should depend on the technology. But they are. We talk with Rucci and everyone, and he is open. We have to see that with the...
At some point, that conversation will come.
No, but you have to stay up to date.
Yes, but I mean, the 2017 agreement, I don't know if the same people you used for a fracturing set are the ones you need today for 2026, with the numbers we see.
Yes, but that is not the issue today. I do not see that as the issue. At least, I do not see it.
Then, you said, we are reformulating the supply chain. We are reformulating administration. It is good to know how you are thinking about YPF so that the rest of the value chain, each with its own scale, whether small, medium, or large companies, can also mirror that and say, well, if YPF is doing this, it means I have to do this other thing. What internal actions are you going to take? Because management control within YPF is difficult. You have many levels, it is hard for your decision to reach the other end, and contract management is difficult.
Well, I think we are. I don't know, you could ask them. We could do a survey someday. But it seems to me that YPF is changing. People tell me in the street, they tell me on planes. I don't know them. And for the people. And look, I work at YPF, not just people who work for YPF, but people who must work for you, they tell me. So, the issue is permeating. The point is to build a culture. I mean, today we are in the same situation as 15 or 20 years ago with safety, when Argentina was just starting to work on safety, and the company doing it showed the change. Today, it is a culture. We may have more or fewer accidents, we may have more or fewer incidents, but the safety culture is rooted in the industry. The productivity culture is not rooted in the industry. And the thing is, well, I say it jokingly, but it is true. Look, it's a very strange thing. If he who works for us adds 5 extra people, he makes more money on the contract than if he had 5 fewer people. And it should be the other way around. He is the one who should be losing, not me. This is backwards. That does not happen in the automobile industry?
Yes, for many years, contracts were designed in a certain way.
The incentives are not aligned.
Exactly.
Why is Vaca Muerta like this today? Because the incentives are aligned. The government's incentives, the RIGI, we created a virtuous circle. Well, the objectives are still not aligned, and that is what we need to work on. I am not saying I know how, I do not know. I am starting to talk to a few, 3, 4 companies, not the very large ones, but more mid-sized ones, to see how to change the contractual model to be aligned, so that if you make it more efficient, you make more money. I do not get involved, you understand? But today, efficiency doesn't mean making more money, because if you're more efficient, it's more inefficient. I was joking when the Maduros came out.
Yes.
I remember I think it was in Comodoro Rivadavia, where a guy, someone from there was telling me. I said, look, buddy, when you go to Disney World and your wife says, hey, can I buy, is a joke, right?
Sure.
Should we buy a stuffed animal for, I don't know, our granddaughter? You'd look up and say, 3 more people buy 5. And it is true, the inefficiency of YPF is better for the service company because it earns more from the inefficiency. It is crazy. It is the opposite of life. I mean,
The thing is, that's Argentina's game, Horatio, which is
No.
a positive component, inflation, sometimes.
No, it is not inflation. It is different. That is one thing. That is outside of this. I am telling you something else that is different. If he who is there, I do not know which one it is. If he is there and provides a service and uses 5 people, he earns less from me than if he uses 10. Ask everyone. Raise your hand if you think I am saying something stupid.
No one is going to raise their hand for
No.
Horatio. No one. You'll go after them in 2 minutes.
No, why would I if I do this every single day?
There's no way.
Why wouldn't they? If I am doing, in fact, it helps me as a survey. Really, raise your hand if you think I'm talking nonsense.
No, most will raise their hand to say that there are efficiencies to be found, for sure.
No, I am not talking about efficiency. I am telling you that the contracts are misaligned, which are different things. You can have aligned contracts.
They're going to come look for you downstairs now and say,
but
thanks,
let's see.
finish my contract.
Let's understand this well. You can have misaligned contracts. They're misaligned today, and it is not your fault. I'm not talking about now or before or the previous government or the one before that. It has been like this for 30 years. The automobile industry does not have it like that. They have them aligned. We do not have them aligned. Another thing, once you have it aligned or misaligned, is productivity. That is something else. They're different things. You see? They're different things.
No, and it is also interesting to understand that you always said, I'm going to come in strong because I have to transform this company. What I do not do in the first year or 2, I will not do later. So that stage is past. Now comes this stage of saying, well,
No,
I have to
now
align.
comes the execution.
Now comes the execution. I mean, and to wrap up, because the 0 is blinking there, and they are going to hang me too, and they are going to throw you out.
Yes, I have to go.
You have to go now. Today, you have a whole momentum. We see Southern Energy, the TGSLNG project, $3 billion in investment. If it's fertile, it will be done. That would be great. If the TGN pipeline in La Carlota goes through, it'll be another $1.5 billion, $2 billion in investment. You have to run the value chain at that speed. All the companies here will have to run quite a bit. If Argentina LNG goes through, what is the recommendation? The truth is, the probability of it happening is high. What is the recommendation for the value chain? I mean, where do you see opportunities? Where would you move?
No, that's why, for me, we have to align ourselves in the whole value chain for everything we have to do. It's a lot. No, we can't do it.
It is not possible.
It's not possible. Surely there were mistakes, and they will be understood. But one of the things they shouldn't be afraid of is the issue that they won't have any work. Sometimes when you talk and say, I am going to, in 2031, that is why we did. I did not bring it, but we have a forecast of job creation. We have them for industry and for construction, also to reassure how it is going to be. But I believe there will be plenty of work for everyone. Let's see. I don't name the company I worked for, not for any reason, but out of respect for YPF, okay? Not for anything else. Because it always annoyed me on the other side when someone came along and said, when I worked at the other place. It's a real pain when they tell you that. So, I don't say it. When I worked at the other place and we developed a large oil field, 1,000 SMEs worked there. The LNG must be 15 times larger than that. And I won't even tell you what it's like with all the oil work we do. So, you do that in 4 years. That means there's a massive investment peak. The investment that will happen in Vaca Muerta in the coming years is much more than any supermajor does anywhere in the world. And you have no idea because this won't be in the papers. I have it done. I'm presenting it internally the day after tomorrow. The number of operated investments that YPF will have, when I saw it, I said, wow. So if we do not have your help, we will not reach the country's goal. I believe that when we say the national goal, it is not YPF, Vista, Pan American, Plus Patrol,
Pampa.
Tech
Yes.
Patrol, Pampa, Continental, and all of that.
Yes.
And everyone that's here. If it is not all of us and all of you, if we do not align ourselves, it is a generational mistake not to be able to achieve the national goal. I believe we will achieve it.
Thank you, Horacio. We really wanted you to come because this is a moment of great transition and great opportunity, and it is good that you experience it and can convey it with the messages you need to share. So, thank you, Horacio.
No, thank you so much. I have to run otherwise.
We thank Mr. Horacio Marin for his presence, of course. We want to thank each of the speakers, moderators, and panelists of this event. Thank you very much to you and to everyone following us through the YouTube channel. We will see you in the next edition of Supplier Day. Thank you very much. See you soon.